Especially check up in no bragging, just take your word and tell the other team this is what you do. First. Introduce each karaoke.
Yeah.
We still have two classes.
Yeah, they should be.
Okay.
They done. Oh, at this time, we'll have our staff introduce themselves. I introduced myself, Pepe Wakone. I teach second grade. Then,
Oh, kakak, gaat goed gehoord, de much of it. Leland little while you knew second grade, later.
I'm Phil Blonder, I'm the fifth grade teacher. First year teacher, it's pretty fun now.
Linkstone matchup in Capacia, Tomataha. Kind of Hozaki, Waiwa tea, it's just glitchy. What up with that? No, talking up with that. No, kind of feeling a lump with that. Nietzsche lump with that. Come up in Taka.
Eu que tinha batido na cabeça. Só tem que trabalhar com uma terapia. Kind of kindergarten still watching. Dakota, Bogla Kapichinki. Is that your? No, yeah.
Muhammad Dakefi, Rachel Janice Demachafi, Mobley Hoxby, Mataha, Mission Stella Oyanka, Wakaya Pokera, well, all they want to will say we talk at
That's your next bill coming through?
Oh, would you, when you guys are done, would you just explain to us about the school?
Yeah, I was waiting for Sage is coming with them. So
Okay.
They just pulling in with the 3rd and 4th grade, but I'll have like she here share out what we do every morning. And that's what you guys will see us do right now. If you want to share that with us.
We started off with just 12 K and 1 when I first started here. Now we're up to 5th. Every morning, the girls, some of the kids would say, to the rest. That means put the hides down and the drums out. So when we first started, we only had 1 hide and 1 drum. Now we're up to 2 hides and 4 drums. We put them all in a row in the morning. The songs that they sing are their own songs. We said that a new school does not be singing other people's songs. We make most of our own songs. The kids made a song which is pretty good. These kids are really unique. I think they're adding on to our cultural library by the things they do. So in the morning, the girls will stand around here and then the boys walk around, those little ones like me. So we're teaching them that the boys and the men protect the girls just like buffaloes do. So when the girls are singing, we go around like this. And these kids, without telling them, we're just showing them that your role is to protect the women and children. So that's what they do, and the girls have their own songs, the boys have their own songs. They're all taking turns leading. And the one thing that we learned through trial and error is just because I'm fluent or somebody's fluent that's not the key. We need trained classroom teachers out there and other ones that were there to teach us the classroom methods of today's ed system. And then we need the fluents to guide them. And the ones that are really doing good is our teachers that were in the middle, like John here and Courtney. They're the ones they're learning Lakota on the go. They're developing curriculum and what they're trained to do, and then they're translating it too. So they're like doing 3 different jobs that other teachers don't do. But it's really good. It's really uplifting, and I'm really glad to see our new teachers here. Our children have won a lot of first places, but Sage is teaching them not to brag or not to boast with your winnings. So our children are taught to tell the other teams that they beat, we'll teach you how we learn this much. We'll teach you, we'll learn to share. That way they're together and we're not falling into this competition. We want to teach our kids to bring them all together. So they brought home a lot of first places. Like for our boys here, the latest ones, the hand game team, William Joseph took them out on 3 hand game tournaments. The very first time out, they won 3 first places. And then they've been winning language things, they've been winning other things. Our little shop is getting full of things. So they always make us proud up at Al and I. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're shy, but you get them in class and they get going. These guys, when I had them last year, they spoke Lakota straight for 20 minutes. That's when they were in 3rd grade and we ran out of time. So we could have went a lot further. One girl, I think the boys and the girls were going against each other. So one of the boys went to 50 words on this big mural that we had. It was not numbers, colors, anything that they knew. And one of our girls, Brooklyn over there, she said, I'm going to go to 100 and I'm going to stop. She did it. Then she stopped. Either 100 words in Lakota just from a big mural. Colors, number one, height, everything. It was really encouraging. And all right, you can see more about that's where you go. So now we're up to 5th grade. We take 12 new ones every year. And they're learning a lot of stuff. This is the first generation that's getting origin stories, creation stories right from the get-go. And they're now being taught all these other things that they learn at school, which is fine, but we want this group of kids as well as all of our kids to have that foundation when they're little, right from the start, to know who we are, our songs, our language. And I tell them that our language is probably one of the oldest ones in North America. If you put dates on our star knowledge. We have a story that has to do with the star disappearing. And I went to Nassau and different places and they couldn't even tell us. They didn't even know that was there, but our people knew that. So now we're talking to people interested in origins, and my push is that we were here long before 20,000 years ago. So these kids are learning a language that's probably the oldest, I'm going to say here. And these kids come from the Black Hills. They know that the Black Hills is the buffalo. And they know a lot of things.
So we'll let our 3rd and 4th grade introduce themselves, and then we'll get started with our finish. Can we introduce yourself?
Dakota, kind of forget the Dakota rules that we talked about. Carol, Robert voice, and my Jackie.
Very much up in Shine River, Hawaii.
Wana wakazi kia daku hihani charge na hena pazoti lamaya thankful that you let them come here because they need a place to be lakota every day. They're being lakota, so this is part of that too. So okay. Oh, here can
I would have had to go.
Sante was there, not there. She was out there. Bobby Bear Hills, my Jackie.
Oh, why not?
Choose money to alone.
Tugashila lakutia wowakalaki.
It seems a little long. We all walk on with the Lord. Following there. We all walk on with the Lord. Following there.
Sharpen those arms, boys. If I stand, you beautiful. Those of you that know Lakota, listen to what the words are saying in the Buffalo song. It's a song about coming from the Black Hills. How the people to stay strong, we're making a comeback. The phrase, "Stay way out there" is us when we were under the Black Hills. The children of the female buffalo. You hear the word in there.
What? Oh, I wonder who did that.
Get him something to stare.
I did not do that. I can't even do it.
My first song, Dakota Chicana, means I am a child of the buffalo. Talking about the Black Hills. Bahasapa ita wa'u. I come from the Black Hills. Baka aka ake washkati. I'm going to play on the ground once again. And the part at the end of the first song where they hit the sticks, that's the sound of buffalo who is dancing and playing on the ground again. Still at the village, I told people of the buffalo, stay strong. I can't walk through it alone. I am coming back. That second song is another school song of ours. Tukashila, we chachpe hikpaya is to us what other people, what Jesus is to other people. Just 2,000 years ago, we chachpe hikpaya came so long ago we can't even put a date on it, and he told us how to live. And it was, don't get stuck on riches, take care of the earth. That was a basic message we chachpe hikpaya had. And chachpe hikpaya was raised by a meadowlark. So that second song is a tribute to the meadowlark who taught Richachmich by Lakota. Meadowlark raised this little orphan baby that came from the stars. But he had an earth mother, spirit father, good, bad, right, wrong. He did miracles in our holy land. He raised our people's consciousness, songs, ceremonies, everything. But his main message was that we have a spirit that comes from the stars, is born to the bowl of the Big Dipper. We live, when we're done, then we go back that way again. So the Hashiyari Mipolo is really special, and if you notice, there's a part where just the girls sing. And then this thing is a big W for Wopila. We got Kaka jumping up too. I can get this out off the ground. That was good.
Very much up.
Every morning, this is what the kids do. What the people wanted is what the spiritual leaders wanted. Everything that we showed you here to our children. If there's more things that you want to see, please tell us. We want our kids to learn about our land. We want them to know about the land and how to take care of it. In order to do that, you have to have opportunities. We want them to know about housing. We want them to know about economic development. We want them to be able to sustain themselves. Those things we know is what's going to get them to be successful in life. Because we come from people that were thinkers, that knew how to estimate, that knew how to take their people to a place and know that that place will sustain them with fuel, water, resources. We come from people like that. And we want to make sure that our children have the opportunity. This is a part of them. They're just children yet. So they didn't sing a flag song for you. They sing songs of chantekis that we want to build value. So if they ever have to get to that for their country, they'll be honored.
Over there by you. Everyone. Right there, just come on for now. You got our water?
Yeah.
They stay? Okay, I'm just trying to line them up.
This one's a black one.
Yeah, we'll let yourself pretty down the hallway.
I'm sitting straight around.
Take one, Mike.
Where's your baby? That's the old time. Today it's
I already leave my toast.
Come get it in burger.
glad we were able to share that with y'all this morning. Sage should help us get ready to go there and then come back to the specific location. Our other employees that have paid in, Wade and Ray Curlegal, Chief Operations Officers. Council, I'm ready to go.
Chief Operating Officer, that's the county, there's the operations department.
Mike Crane is the director of
Great, great. Yeah.
You have the floor. That's just for the radio. You just have to emit your voice.
Well, we'll go ahead and get speak again, but this time I'm just gonna speak on the school. If you have questions, I'm just gonna go through, kind of our framework for it. I'm gonna talk about highlights, some high-level goals for what kinds of people get to, some accomplishments, and then how is our school supporting the chosen years for the seventh generation. I'm not reading text here, I'm reading my notes here, because I didn't print out much. Maybe have got a copy of it. But just some background information. My name is Sage Faxog. I grew up in Soldier Creek down here. And my parents are Lillian Faxog and my father's Clifford Broken Lake. I grew up with in Soldier Creek community, almost everybody was speaking Lakota there, so that's how I grew up. So going into school, we started to have to learn English there. And still back in that time too, we had to overcome cultural shame. So my hair was cut. I still have my braids when my hair was cut when I first went to kindergarten. And it was to try to fit in. So, and I'm telling this background because it leads up to why this school is even important. Why we need a school like this. And what we showed today and what you allowed for the students is you allowed them to express their identity. Many places it's suppressed, they have to hide it. They have to hide who they are. But we know that no matter what, as adults, that we have to be who we are no matter where we go. And that's what actually makes us successful. So we do a lot of work on building up the self-esteem, the holistic wellness, how to use their voice, and we do academics around that too. We do project-based learning. I call it problem-based learning because we try to solve problems. We practice that through the year, and then at the end of the year, the kids get to present like their own passion. So some of them might be into dinosaurs, some of them might be into volcanoes, some of them might be into mythical creatures, but it's their passion and they get into it, and so they learn how to present real well. They know how to articulate that. So it becomes part of how it's important to them and how it could be important to others to listen. So it helps them build that inside them so that they're able to grow. But that's one of our pillars, one of our four main focuses of the mission statement is to support students in identity, holistic wellness, academic preparedness, and then about the language. But about 7 years ago is when the school was started to take place and design started to happen. A school design based on what SGU went around to all the communities and they recorded what people wanted. So I took those as notes, but I also listened to what people wanted. They even stood in the floor and asked for language. They asked for language in Todd County School District. They asked for language in St. Francis Indian School. But we know at those places they're only for like 45 minutes to a half hour, and it's only for 9 weeks. 9 weeks, that's it. So 4 times 9, that's about the career of Lakota, learning Lakota in high school, or even in middle school. But it becomes irrelevant and there's no place for it. We think. And so the school is created so that we can overcome that obstacle, that we can sustain our language and still estimate, calculate, understand surface chemistry, and go deeper and understand chemistry with it. It was just, how do we do that? How do we create an opportunity for kids to be academically prepared? Kids are ignorant. They can actually add, subtract. They can do multiplication, division in Lakota. That was the goal, is to prove that it can be done for everyone that ever said it couldn't be done. But if you think about it, other countries that don't speak English, they can build rocket ships. Why can't we? Why can't we do that? Well, that's the mindset we have to put ourselves in whenever we think like this. So it's through help from spiritual leaders to elders in the community, to the fluent speakers, and to families that want to overcome what we were born into. What we were born into was the detrimental federal policies that took away what they thought would make us better, transform us into different people. I don't know, it's kind of ridiculous when Benjamin Pratt thought that he could create a boarding school to kill the Indian and save the man, but really, when you kill somebody, when you kill who they are, it's really hard to overcome. And so, if you look around in our communities, there's a need for counselors. Our counselors should be our uncles. Our counselors should be our aunties. Our counselors should be our grandparents. And that's also what the school is. It's giving that space back to who it belongs to. Education doesn't belong to a teacher, like we thought it was. It doesn't belong to Mr. Fastdog or Mr. Prey. Right? It belongs to us. It belongs to the people that raise our kids. That's our responsibility. We should never give that away, and we're never going to give it away. And so if you go into school, you notice the kids, they never call us by our first name. It's either Kumi, She, Kunchi, Baka. Now, when they're doing that, they're learning from you math. Now, Baka is a teacher. When you're doing that and they're learning to read and write, and they're saying Unchi, not Unchi's a teacher again. So it's taking back our spaces that belong to us. That's what we forget. It diminishes. So when they come in, they're proud of who they are. They just feel Lakota. So that was the goal, and it's about believing. It's about believing in being who you are, no matter what. And it's about having a prayer too. Having a prayer that they're going to get help, that there's people out there to help. That's what makes you okay. In the Western world, they call it student-centered learning. It's where the students practice over and over and master skill with the guidance of a master or a teacher, so that they can get successful and they carry that into so they can have transformational skills, that they don't depend on anybody else. They're just like us. Kids are just like this. They don't want nobody to tell us what to do. They just want to do it on their own. Show me how to do it. Let me try it. And if you create that place for them, they're going to grow. That's what we should look at. We are funded largely through philanthropy. I believe we're under 1%. I think it's like 0.04% of private donations go to Native American initiatives. And then not all of that money is led by Indigenous people. Not all that money is sitting there for us. We have to be the ones to determine, with the help of governments like this, to be able to take a lead. But it's also making sure that there's a space so that the people, when we do take lead, we have people to do our finances. We have people to do our writing for us. We have people to do operations. The key things that help structures function. I never thought I would get into marketing being the head of school. But I had to learn how to do that to sustain sustainability. Because there was no direct money coming from the state, even though we're a public school. There's no money coming from the federal government. All we have is private money. But we made it happen. We're open now 6 years, and now we have K-5. K-5. 48 students. We sustained our inaugural class from, so they were kindergarten and they came in, and now they're fifth grade. So I'm sharing that with you because I don't know if you know a lot about what this school is. And we're very appreciative that this governing body had recognized us as a community-based school, because that's really what we are. We're community-based. We're tribally controlled. And that's where we want this school to be. We want to exemplify what education should be like. And I always tell Clay and Mike, we're going to take over all the schools here. Because I really believe that. You have to do it to show people, then they'll change. You have to show them how to do it. Sometimes they may be just scared to try it. So some of the major things that we've done, as far as operations, I've created an operations manager position and an administrative assistant position to help with the day-to-day, so that our facilities are ready to go, all our policies are met and we're compliant, so that I can do what my job is to do, is to be an instructional leader. Mainly is to help our teachers be successful at conveying their content to the students and making sure that they understand the practice of what is language learning. And if I have to do some other things besides that, I can, but I also have support there. So the creation of the operations manager and the administrative assistant allows us to have a space for someone to answer the phones, to take care of when families come in, to making sure our facilities are met and kept. We also have a program manager for a grant we want. Program manager is going to help. It helps sustain our teacher assistant program. 3 years ago, I started a teacher assistant program. The teacher assistant program I created it's not a new model. It's a model that the state uses. It's to take paraprofessionals and make them teachers. You put them through a 2-year program, and then if they succeed, they take over a classroom. That's how you sustain your own and how you grow your own. Well, through that program, out of the 3, 2 of them are now teaching a classroom, confidently creating lesson plans, instructional languages in Lakota, and they're confident. They're giving details back and feedback from their assessments they have with the students. It's through data and collecting that data to show how it works is how we won a federal grant. The Esther Martinez is a very competitive grant, but we won that one. So that way we can sustain that program. So we'll be advertising for a program manager to help in doing that too, to making sure that that program continues to exist. If you want to know more about that, look up Salish Kootenai. They're on top of that too, in making sure that they get their language learners into a place where when they become certified to their state, they also know how to run a classroom. If they're not running a classroom, they're going to be burnt out. The kids are going to run them out of the class, and then they're not going to have a good case for it. And they're like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to do this. So you have to take the time to teach them what they need to do so that they can get, if their heart's in it, you spend that time, that quality time with them. The other thing, one of the other highlights is I joined Native American Community Academy Inspired Schools Network. It's based out of Albuquerque. They're the ones who helped in the school design when we first started 7 years ago. Mission-driven story. And so what that is it's for 1 year. What that'll do is that I'll be able to create a nice document that I could give to people to show from what your kids are going to experience in kindergarten all the way through 5th grade. And so you have a nice document that tells that story. that can change over and over. In collecting data from parents, but also from the children. But, and it's different from what we see in public education, what just looks at numbers of how are you testing in math, how are you testing in reading and writing. Those tests do not capture what the student does daily, those growths. That's all it measures is based on a standard. I've argued with the former state of education of how are we protecting the most precious thing, which is our students' learning, if all we're doing is measuring based on a level, when we know our kids are coming at different rates in the classroom. They may come into kindergarten not knowing how to read yet. They may go into first grade not knowing yet. We can't measure them based on one scale. We have to be able to have a good rubric so that we're meeting the kids where they're at. Because kids will tell you when they're ready, and then they'll take off just like that. So that's what the mission-driven storytelling will be about. It's telling our story from us telling our story, nobody else, us telling our story. So we're fully in control of our language. Things I'm most proud of is we're growing, we're expanding our parent involvement. Our parents are coming there, and we also set a family guide so that we're really clear with our parents what our expectations are to school. And we're now in our 6th year, so our expectations is that we know that families have to be participant in language learning for it to be sustainable. Just like we know our families have to be reading at home with their kids and have to be practicing math with their kids and have to be even the most advanced students need that support from the parents to be successful. So we have a family guide that we worked on to be clear with what it is our agreements and our relationships with our families are. But we also have family nights with our kids that are going through the whole year, with every first and second Tuesday of the month. Another highlight is that we competed in cross country the first time this year. Our third to fifth graders, and all it took was two teachers to step in and say they're going to do it, and then pretty soon the kids followed. And one of the stories that was real emotional was whenever one of the teachers said one of the boys finished early, he turned around and he booked it all the way to his kola and ran in with it. Like that's Wula Kota. So. But we're really I got emotional on that because as you see things like Ichagelo, like Daku Ichagelo, when you see it growing, you're very thankful for all that's happening. So. Another accomplishment, since Wakanji Toke, you start participating in the Language Bowl, they've been winning it back to back. So our school has a big old target on its back. Who's going to take away our trophy from us this year? So now they're going back to LNI again to defend in elementary, there's 2 divisions. There's K to second and there's 3 to 5. Our school holds both of those titles. And last year they went to the hand game tournament in elementary, and they just went all the way through, and they stuck to language. They spoke their language there. They sang their songs, and they learned the story of the widow that brought the medicine to these people, and so they won. And so they learned that song, and here you come. They called on them if they knew that song. All their kids knew that song. They all went to the center, and they were the loudest ones, and they were just. And the older ones, are just looking at them like they know it. And so it just validated who they were there at that time. So I think that's pretty cool. I think that's cool to see our kids in that space. And I was nervous. I was scared. I was like, what if they lose? What are they going to do? We're going to handle this. But in their practices, they've learned to really we just worked on sharing and letting everybody take a turn.
Yeah, sure. I have a few questions. So, I have a few questions that I kind of already know the answer to, but because the TV is on, could you just kind of talk about how long the school's been in existence, what grade you're at now, and how you all started?
Okay, so the school's been operational for 6 years now. When we first started, we started in the Boys and Girls Club. We shared a space there, and that was kindergarten. That was the inaugural class there. And it was during COVID, but we opened up, so we started out online, then we ended up being in person. And so we shared that space. So when Boys and Girls Club started, we were exiting out the building. So we made it happen there, and we started with 9 kids there at that time. Now we have a kindergarten class, we have a first grade classroom, we have a second grade classroom, and we have a teacher and a fluent speaker in each of those classrooms. And then we have a multi-level classroom, which is 3rd and 4th, and that's a shared space in our back steel building. And we have a room divider in there, and then on the other side is our 5th grade class. And they share a fluent speaker back there. And we have a floating fluent speaker that goes into each room that teams up with the fluent speaker that's in there so that the kids can hear genuine language that's heard in the community. At the same time, the fluent speaker that's in the room is helping sustain the language with the language learner that's in the classroom. So each classroom is capped at 12 students. If we had the space to grow, we would accept more kids in there. But we just need the space too to do that. But we're making do with what we have. Things to think about, things to come is, I am working on a school design plan for a middle school to do that. So.
The council did designate the Rosebud Elementary for the schools. However, I heard just through the grapevine that you don't have the funding to sustain that building, so you guys may not be taking it.
That's more of a legal matter because the Dakota School District actually has lease on it until, I believe, 2029. So we legally can't really be in the building. We'd have to go into negotiations with the board, and if the board even would accept that, because right now we're 48 kids, and if we take a space like that, we can take more kids, and that does affect a business on operation of a school if we take their money, which is their kids. So, well, that's what we paused. It was going to be something that if we had the means to negotiate that, because it's not just the school, it's also the housing that goes there too. So, and then there's also what's that thing called, that old heater thing? Boiler system. So who's gonna pay for the person to take care of the boiler system while it's sitting there dormant right now? We know what happened with North Elementary. It became dormant and it's not useful. It's like $1 million repair. So the Boys and Girls Club ain't using it right now. So that's just in clarity on that. It's not that it was a tough decision. But that's why it sits where it is right now.
Okay.
Sherry,
Council's gonna have-
if I can enter.
Yeah.
They did call before Thanksgiving, and they did want to negotiate with the tribe on the school. So I'm glad that you're saying that, because that's what I was told, is that you guys couldn't, but they are willing to negotiate a sale to the tribe of that building, of that school. So that'll be a council decision if we're still going to go with giving it to, working with you and your school, or if it's going to become tribal programs. But they wanted to negotiate it sometimes after Thanksgiving, so we should be setting up a meeting soon to talk with them. But they called me right before Thanksgiving, and because I had given you all an email where I asked Roberta if anyone had made inquiries, and she said no. About 3 days later, they called and said, are you guys interested? So I said, yeah.
Okay, well, we do have a council resolution, so
Yeah.
whatever comes of that, we're gonna need to do that. One more question. When is your enrollment open? And can people get into any grade, or do they have to start at the kindergarten level?
Good question. So enrollment will open in May, or actually in June. We'll open in June, and then we'll make a decision. If we get more than 12 applicants, then we go into a lottery system. But the students that bypass the lottery system are siblings. So in most schools that do immersion work, or other schools that operate this way too, is so we take in siblings. So siblings have preference. So if you have a child in there that's in third grade and you're a kindergarten applicant, you're going to get accepted because we want language learning to be strong in the home. And so it's really, yeah, it's a hard place, but it also tells us that more families want to be and want to enroll their kids into the school. So that's a tough one, but we wrote it so that it's fair to all the families as much as we could have it. And I see you said when they can enroll. And then we make our decision by July when they've been accepted, so they can come in, so they can get started.
And they have to be kindergarten level.
We start with kindergarten level. We only make exceptions for students if they're working for the school. We only make exceptions for if they're going to work for the school and if they make a commitment to language learning.
Because the idea was this initial kindergarten class will graduate the 12th grade and be fluent Lakota speakers with cultural knowledge. And so with that, what is your retention?
Yeah, that's a good question too. So with our kids here, they can run the whole morning circle like they did in Lakota. I could tell them what to do. Like I say, Lena Lakota tina Lakota we try tina itoa tina he ahito ampo. They'll all look that way. So Lena na oapo, they'll all write it down. So they're very comprehensive in directions that you give them. But where their strength needs to build up is their dialogue. So the goal is to get them an intermediate fluency. Intermediate fluency is when the kids are talking back and forth. In order for that to be realistic, the language learners in this class, in this place here, you know that you have to be speaking daily. Just like in English, you have to be speaking daily because that's where you make all the fundamental mistakes, and that's where your learning happens. That's really what language learning is. So it goes beyond writing down those words up there, the ones that are learning. It goes behind grammar. It goes behind regurgitating facts. It's actually just speaking the language and having somebody correct you. And then we only have them for 6 hours. They go home the rest of the time. So for it to be sustainable, for us to really reach our goal of intermediate fluency, there has to be commitment from home here. So I would say where we're supposed to be at in language learning and where they're at, our fifth graders are very comprehensible and they can make sentences and they have understanding of songs. So they're where they're at. Intermediate fluency means that they're not fluent. So what happens is the fluent speaker may come in there and they might start talking fluent to them and then they'll say, oh, they don't know what I'm saying. It's like, well, it's because they don't have enough of the context of what you're sharing with them every day. But then they're in a talking sentence. But if they're at home and how home language is used, then it's going to strengthen up. So ask them something that's related to what they see around them. Use your hands. Your brain watches what you're doing. Use this here when you're talking to them. So Okagi, and Hena Lakota, they're going to watch just like we were. So that's how I would answer that question.
I should have rephrased the question. I guess what I mean is, by retention, I meant retention rates of your classroom. How many of your kindergartners that initially started are still with the school? In
So
the
we-
fifth grade class?
Yeah, so we got so there's 9 of them that started, 2 of them are pre-K. So we wanted to do pre-K. We realized that took a special teacher. I thought I knew what I was doing but when I seen a little bitty guy come in about this tall, I was like, whoa, I was used to 6th grade and 7th and 8th graders, but here comes the little one coming in about that tall. I was like, oh man, how are we going to do this? And then pre-K, they're still not ready. They're still used to home. Kindergarten, they're just kind of letting go. They're ready to be with someone else that's not their parent. So we started with that. 2 of them are there. So actually there were 7 of them. 7 of them. And out of those 9, we sustained 8 of them all the way up from last year. So this year we're down to 6 of those students have been with us.
That's good. And does the tribe give any money towards your school?
That's a good question. I'd have to ask me man over there what that number is, but the tribe has helped us with allowing us to go sustain ourselves by looking for grant money.
Utilizing statistics and data?
Yeah, utilizing data to do that. I've been asking for, if we tax, what did I say? 2 cents for every loaf of bread on the res, I'd have enough to operate the school every year. And we came up with a number like that. I'm interested in looking at how can we sustain something. It's a practice that most people do to sustain education, city maintenance, things like that. We looked into things like that would help us sustain.
Well, thank you. And I have to say, that was the most smiling that I ever did in this council chambers all morning, watching all those kids. So thank you for bringing them.
Lila and then Emily.
Hello, everybody. Sonia Hippie. Sonia Tiata. Among the copy, Kilana, I will pay like Chicha. I'm a kind of ask you, he did not allow, yoke pit when you be, no, watch it, yeah, you just let Timothy how he pit like Chala, them watched it, but to kill it. I just wanted to kind of reiterate some stuff that Sage is saying on my level for my community. And as you all know, as Spring Creekers, dinosaur age, we're known to keep our language and have the most language in our homes. From what he's telling you, to the time I grew up, the last fluent speakers are now, I'm 55. Now, the last ones there are about 53 years old. And we were all homegrown, not Pajipo, homegrown. Yeah. We were homegrown Lakota speakers. And it's really interesting, but what Sage is doing is he's flipping that around, and it makes me happy because I wish before the BIA tore down our day school at Spring Creek, they should have asked us what we wanted to do with that. That would have been perfect for you. And there was a time when we were all little bitty guys, these little tiny guys. Everybody spoke Lakota. I was probably the lightest one there. Bob Kerner and me, probably. But we all spoke Lakota outside. We couldn't do it inside. Our teachers' aides all spoke Lakota. And they would talk to us, but very quietly. We knew commands. And I always say this, you know, we teach our little animals commands when we get a puppy, you know, shh, you know. They listen. And then we have
Lakota language is not just all the same. Bebela woglakapi. Ikpiet ta ija hena wochakako. When you're pregnant and you're born, the conception from that time on, there's a baby language. Ija luha yuha yashkoki. Because like you said, that little one, Bebela woglakapi. They still taught Bebela to that one up to probably however long, could be my age. Uji will say that to you. I think of Uji Edna. We still have Ujis that talk Bebela to us up to our grown ages. And the levels of Lakota thinking and won't you're born with it. It's in everybody, in our DNA. And I say this because I have seen and witnessed non-speakers, Lakota, become fluent speakers just by praying. Just by incorporating prayer in your life in the Lakota way, I see them being fluent speakers. And when we were outside the schools on the playground, everybody there talked Lakota. They were Kili and Spring Creek. They couldn't break their codes on the basketball court anywhere because they talked Lakota. They would say, Kimakia. They'd buzz it. And those other teammates are like, what? You know? And already it's like this. So I'm really, really thrilled about what's being done here. And it's empowering, and they did really well, but something really touched my heart that made me cry. They sang a song to us. Balakota. Teki. O teki kayelo. I am Lakota, and it's really hard. Magaki je, I suffer. These kids sang that song to us today, and it just hit me right here. They told us a story today, and they're telling us what our ancestors told us hundreds of years ago. To us today, we're all sitting here, and we're all Lakota. But we need to find a way, colleagues, to help these children. And, you know, we're just now all collaborating and coming together as a tribe. This school is not just over there. No, I was at LNI and I watched them, and they did an amazing job. And the protocols and the etiquette is amazing to watch here. The boys and the girls, they're in different sections. That itself is teaching respect. And everything in what they showed me today and what they did here was just powerful. It hasn't changed. It's us who aren't doing anything about it. And today I seen them come and they open these doors for us. There ain't nothing here that can stop these kids. They'll do it without us. If we don't help them, they're gonna do it without us anyway. But that's just how I felt that power from them. They didn't come here and ask us for nothing. They came here and showed us something. And that's powerful in its own way. So I really commend the teachers. And I've seen Sage, this is his life journey. Kakashila gave to him. And he's walking on it. He's been walking on it. And it's in full mode here. And that, we're always stuck with, we're sitting here, our hands are kind of tied behind our backs because we are IRA government. We're not supposed to do things like this. But, you know, we find ways to be creative. And I think that, you know, we've come a long way now in supporting each other and helping each other. And I really wanted that building for you guys. And I really hope and pray we can find a way to work with it, because that's what you guys need. You need space. And I was like, wow, that's a lot of kids from when you first started. A whole bunch. They just put this all up. And the parent involvement, it was this packed in here. So that really is amazing. And that's what we want in here. All of us, we want that. We all want that, right? We all want it. So, but we can't be looking at these barriers. Our first barrier is money. Money. This tribe should be funding that school, and we don't. And I apologize to you for that because it's wrong. And this should be within that pyramid. We need to flip it around to not me on top and the kids down here. It's not like that in Dakota. It's the kids up here and me down here. So we come a long way, and I just wanted to, you know, say that about where we're at today. And I know there's a lot of it's changing now. So these guys are our new speakers, our new ones, and it really makes me happy because we get worried about that, you know, in Spring Creek. I'm like, gee, it's just us and our hair's all white now, and you know, but this was really good today, Cha. Wow, I think that the work like
Emma, thank you for coming today. I'm gonna take a quick second just to, as a parent, speak and just show how appreciative I am. The children joined the school this year. It's only been a few months, and I can tell you the amount of growth and the amount of language that they've learned in such a short amount of time is amazing. It's unexpected. It's just that's all I can say. And I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for that. However, as a council representative, I do have a couple questions, and they're more just conversations, not necessarily questions. But I feel, and what I'm learning as a system, my first term on council is, we don't often plan very well for these types of settings. For example, having all these amazing children here, we probably should have had a bigger space, maybe had a little snacks, maybe had a little bit more time into that kind of stuff. But aside from that, even the concept of you guys just talking at us or giving us a report and we have no time to read it and have like an effective, efficient conversation, like that's not your fault, that's not our fault. I just think we could do better in those areas. So along those notes, I'm wondering if you have any suggestions or anything for how we could do better in supporting the school, because up until now, for example, from the education committee perspective, I've kind of just felt that you guys are doing your own thing. You're new, you're growing, you're building, but having these conversations like this, sometimes I feel like I hear things like you don't feel like you maybe have support, or you don't have some of those connections, or feel like you are supported. And that's the farthest thing from me personally, but I think that's also the farthest thing from our body here that we want you to feel. And so what I don't think people want to feel like we have to tell you what to do. You guys are full of experts, have amazing team, have amazing education to bring it forward. But I do feel like there could be conversations or a way to communicate. Maybe you can come, or somebody can come to committee, or somebody from the committee can go to your meetings, or maybe we set up a special meeting. But I feel there's more than just the support, right? There's financial support, there's physical support, but we also have a tribe full of departments that could maybe be utilizing. How can we learn from what you guys are doing? How can we expand what you guys are doing to get those resources into our homes, into our families, into the other school, into SGU, into curriculum? I mean, I just think there's so many layers of involvement that if you guys are maybe at that level, maybe we could talk about how we can support you through a more organized way or a more effective or efficient way that doesn't feel like the tribe's telling you what to do or you just want to be the boss. It's more elevating, growing, learning what we've already done, and then adapting, but also having that future plan. I'd like all of our people, all of the Oyate to take pride in that, to know this is for them, if their kids there or not. And also our other schools to know that this is not better, that, that we're here to share. Like, I love what you guys are sharing. So anyway, I could stand up here all day, but I just want to make sure that you feel supported, that you know how important and how amazing this is, and that this is our future. And so I want to maybe ask council or ask for suggestions on how we can do better communicating and also, establishing what that looks like moving forward. Thank you.
Sherry and Totes.
Thank you, council. I just want to bring something up for reconsideration, especially since we have a lot of new faces around here, around the table. My first term on council, I brought forth the idea of a language and culture committee. And it came to the floor and it was defeated. Believe it or not, the council did not vote in favor of it. So I think that's something that should be resurfaced and brought back up. The committee consisted of all non-council except one. There was 9 positions on that committee that came from the different schools that we have, and 1 council seat. And that council seat's purpose was only to bring their legislation back to the council and guide them on how to create or propose legislation to the council. There was a few things that scared people about developing cultural tools, cultural literature. People were scared that putting that down on paper could be dangerous because non-members, we see it on Facebook, right? Those women who are hosting sweats and, they claim our ways and whatnot, and men too. So I get that, but I think it's something that this council should reconsider. I had 3 days of public hearings and sat around this table with various people from different entities that practice and teach our language. And it came to the council floor and was defeated. And it's very unfortunate. So I think that's something that we should really consider. When things like this come to the floor, it's really good to talk about it and feel good about it. And we feel really empowered, and then we don't take any action. And I always say we need to put our money where our mouth is. And we definitely need to reorganize because we have all of these people out here doing this work, but they're all stovepiped, doing their own separate work, and nobody's working together. And this committee would bring them together, even if that's just sharing, well, I'm doing this at St. Francis, we're doing this at Todd County. We need this, that's a good idea, not to dictate or tell each other what they're supposed to do. So I just wanted to share that. I think that's something that we should really reconsider because it would be beneficial to give a voice to our language and our culture as far as the legislative body. Thank you, council.
Before I give the floor to Totes, after Sage is done, we're going to take a quick lunch break because they provided a meal for us. I contacted St. Francis and I pushed them back so that Redco could finish their report to us. So I just wanted to let you guys know that.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is a good example of the lack of communication within all of us. We work for the people. Something very vital, very important he brought to us today, Sage, is our language. And he's been at it for 6 years. Very humble. But we should have already been within that loop. This body, the administration, should have already been in that loop to help. And we've been discussing Rosebud Elementary for how many years now? And it should have already been in the process of the transition. So from this day forward, like shared, Council Rep, Ms. Wright just said, this is something good, but once everyone goes out the door, there's no follow-up on nothing. Nothing. No emotions, no nothing. So we need to police ourselves and remind ourselves that we all work for the people and the betterment. So today I'm glad this is on the TV for our people to see, because a lot of people don't know about Sechungu Coal. You guys are doing an amazing job getting things out to the people. You are, but we need to do better to provide services for our people. And we really need to work together to make things better. And this here is also a learning tool for us, for our language. Very proud of what Sage and his staff has done here. So thank you. But for us too, let this be a reminder why we were all voted in too. Thank you.
Go ahead, Sage. Are you finished with your report?
Who's stuff? I just one of the, one thing we're looking forward to do is do a middle school design. And if we do have an ed committee, or we actually have a school committee that focuses just on school. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. We can communicate with the tribe ed committee and other avenues to open up communication. Yeah, and your support in that anyway would help us. I mean, if there's anybody in here that knows a lot about the land and how it works and what the prairie ecology looks like, what a healthy one looks like and a non-healthy one looks like, come stop in and visit with me. Let's take our kids out there and let's show them. That's really what the school is going to move towards and is about too, is land-based learning. So I just want to thank everyone for giving me the time to, or giving the kids the time to come and be here and be present. They really, like I said, they really need our support with validation of who we are. Appreciate it. And
New performance stage. And Karen, after tell our committee, please.
Очень важно, basically, 한국의 가치나 어미치니까 다구 오버했는 다구 와시대 중국 가시고 아예 나그니 시치 신야이시던 가시고 그러나 오이티키나 두아 지도군키나 온다 미다키야 피키나 위촌이 유하 자 미다코야스
Are you ready?
Yeah.
To formalize.
Formalize, Karen, talk about the video.
So this is from the Food Sovereignty Initiative team prepared the lunch for today. On the menu is a wild rice buffalo bowl that we will be putting purple cabbage and then microgreens on top. We also have a green salad with some pumpkin seeds, some pods, and white cheddar cheese, and a maple balsamic vinaigrette. For dessert is a blue corn sugar cookie, and to drink we have a cocoa water and a wakde washdemna lavender tea, sweetened with honey. Local ingredients: the wild rice comes from Red Lake Nation, buffalo comes from Wolakota, microgreens come from Rips Microfarms in Mission, and the blue corn comes from somewhere south in the southwest. Wakde washdemna was harvested locally here, and the honey is from Nebraska. So we'll have people making plates of these. Thank you. Sounds fancy.
Take that.
Helen, thank you.
All right, I hope everybody enjoyed the lunch. Thanks to our food sovereignty team to get the table put on, being able to provide that. So, very proud of them. Woo! Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know we're not quality. I had a pressed for time, been planning to have this all day with you, but so.
8 years.
I gave you an extra hour.
I'm playing the CEO, bringing up Ray Kruegel, our operating officer, to discuss the regular business parts of it. Some of the highlights I wanted to share, is, in the past year and a half, me being CEO has really turned out our team to support all of our businesses and continue to grow, which is, I think we've done a great job of getting all of them. Realizing how much, how difficult some of these businesses are, and, the manpower and the knowledge that you need. So very proud of that. I think that's led into the place where we're here now, giving the $42,000 a month dividend, which has always been top priority to get that. So I know we gave one last month, and I think we dropped off the check this month. That'll be happening every month throughout this fiscal year. So very, glad that we can do that. And it's kind of brought up earlier too with our Bison distribution when our Oyate really needed it, that our team was there. We have the infrastructure and stuff to be there to deliver that for people. So again, really proud of my team. We're doing a lot of good work. I'm really glad that we get to show everybody too here. It's many more behind the scenes doing it. Extremely proud of the team. Ray, you wanna say some words?
Good afternoon, council. Medicine repeat. Since we're on the air, and I know Clay mentioned it earlier whenever this meeting started, but I wanted to mention again what the coalition is, Sicangu. And I'm gonna read it straight from our website. To go to our website, you can find it there. But I do want to read it just for the listeners and everybody here, because I sat around this table, went to Redco, and didn't really fully understand what Sicangu was until I started working there. It's a great organization, very unique, and has a lot of good things going for it. But Redco is a chartered entity of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. It was tasked with creating jobs, generating revenue, and creating economic opportunity for the Sicangu Oyate. Redco came under new leadership, and a broader vision for the organization was born. At that time, we expanded our mission to include systems change aimed to addressing the root causes brought about by colonization. It became clear that the path forward required more than traditional economic development. To community development necessitated the creation of two legally independent but mission and valued aligned organizations. Sicangu Community Development Corporation, which is Sicangu CDC, and Tutukan Funds. Sicangu CDC is an organization-based 501c3 nonprofit that reimagines the systems of food, health, education, and housing. Tutukan Funds is an emerging native CDFI with 501c3 designation that supports aspiring tribal entrepreneurs and homeowners through a series of educational and financial offerings. Each organization grew, it became increasingly difficult to tell our story to our community, as well as our funders. Additionally, we realized that our place-based ecosystem was unique and that being able to communicate the interconnectedness of our work was essential both for ourselves as well as our partners. From that, Sicangu Co. was born. Sicangu Co. is a trademark of our ecosystem, which is Redco, Sicangu CDC, and Tutukan Funds continue to exist and operate as independent legal entities with their own board of directors. So that's what Sicangu Co. is. It's the coalition between Redco, the CDC, and Tutukan Funds.
Ray, real quick. Thank you. Sorry, I was the one that was kind of confused earlier, so thank you so much for that. So just to be clear, that Sicangu Co. is a legal entity?
Redco is the legal entity. And then we have
It's Redco, the CDC, and Tutukan Funds that are the three legal entities. The Sicangu Co. is like the coalition. It's the coalition that we're in.
Where is Redco's underneath the coalition, or Redco is?
They're part of the.
We're all part of the coalition, those three entities. And then we call that coalition Sicangu Co. That's Sicangu
So the chartered entity under the tribe is which one?
Redco.
Redco. So the
Yes.
only chartered entity that we have under the tribe is Redco.
Correct.
The other entities are not chartered entities, they're nonprofit under the state?
I think under the tribe.
Under the tribe. The nonprofit entities, so today's chartered entity report is for Redco. I just wanted to clarify in my notes and understanding. Okay, thank you.
Today, but they're referring to this week.
Yeah. Cool. Hi, I'm Ray. I'm a Chief Operating Officer for Sioux Co. Supervise the operations department with the administrative services operations, which is marketing, IT, facilities. We have insurance under there. So under the coalition, they all have a shared service, and that's what we call the central shared service department. And then we also do the business operations. So we have Wolacota, Pejico, facilities management, Rosebud Office Solutions, Propane, and that's well, we're all here. That's what we do. I wanted to invite Bud up to talk a little bit more about the farm company and where we're moving forward with it, along with Wolacota. Wolacota has been super busy the past, especially with the crisis that we all experienced with the pause of SNAP benefits. We all had many meetings on how we're going to address that and take care of our people. So, Bud, do you want to come up and talk a little bit more about the farm company?
Afternoon, everybody. Chance Bud Cologne, and I'll share a little bit about our agriculture department. We have two separate entities in that. There's Rosebud Farm Company, and with Rosebud Farm Company, we have the irrigated organic farm pivots in the Lakeview area. With that, these pivots have been farmed for revenue for quite a while, and they've been farmed for profit, you could say. And where we're going with them now is our first belief is to take care of the land. So this year we pulled them all out of rotation and we planted a cover crop. With that cover crop, we're letting the land heal. We're putting nutrients back into the ground, and not always taking. I think one of the major faults we do with our land here is sometimes we take, and we forget to give back. So this was a year of us giving back, and it costed us a little bit. We were able to recoup a little bit of the money with running cattle with local producers on there. And with that, it helped spread the organic matter and put a little revenue back into the company. So it didn't cost so much. Within the last year and a half, we have put two new valley systems on the pivots. And we have also made an investment into soil moisture probes. And we have it on 3 of the pivots, one towards the southern, one in the middle, and one towards the north. With that, we're really trying to get a grasp on how much water do we use and when do we use it. You know, us as humans, when it comes to Mother Nature, we always think we know more than her, and we don't. So we're trying to let her teach us. Are we watering too much? Are we wasting energy? Are we wasting money? So we really took a step back and we're looking at what we're doing and what we want to do. Moving into next year, we will be taking the northern half of these pivots and planting 5 of them into our organic alfalfa production. Now, with that being said, some of that production will leave the reservation, but it's going to leave the reservation to help fund the business itself and get us to where we're in the tractor seats. It's our people farming it. It's not outside members coming in here and paying a lease and then taking all of the revenue. They don't pay taxes here, and they bring in employees. So our push is to get our people into the tractor seats. Something we're proud of. Change the outlook of the community. I want these little kids, their parents, to be working for the farm company and see that that's something they want to do. Because all of our grandparents were into agriculture in some way or form, and we need to change that power back to the land. So with the irrigating alfalfa next year, we're in conversations with organic dairies, and we're hoping to kind of open up a route to bring revenue back in to help fund the project. And we're doing it ourselves. So it's a little bit more towards the workforce development. But with that being said, we're teaming up with CDC and food sovereignty, and we took one pivot and we took it completely out of all production, and we're moving into it. And I'll let Karen talk a little bit more about it. You know, the team over there does great work. And we're gonna move it into a sustainable food crop for the community. So we started this year with picking a certain type of cover crop. And we're not gonna graze that cover crop. We're gonna let those turnips and radishes ferment in the ground. So we're trying to move it to where we have a sustainable food system for us in our community. We have jobs for children and young people to help grow it. And then we have, you know, if government SNAP shuts down again, it don't matter. They can keep it. We need to get to where we don't need them. And the first step is looking at our resources, looking at our land, and trying our best to make sure that stays with us, whether it be workforce, food sovereignty, or just nobody's going to take care of our land like we are. So this is our first big year where we're moving into something, and we're doing it calculated, and it's going to cost conservation costs. It's going to cost a little bit, but we're going to try to make it where it's our people farming. We have all this land, and it mostly everything always leaves here. And the people who come in and rent it, they don't love it like we do. They don't care for it. It's not their grandmother, our grandmother. So with that being said, you know, we're starting something new and we're moving forward with it. I got a lot of great support from everybody that's here. All of our higher ups have definitely supported me, and they put me into a position where I'm able to take these chances. Nothing great comes without risk. So that's where we're moving with that. And I'll talk a little bit about Dakota, and then I'm gonna bring Craig Verlocker up here. 5 years ago, a lot of the people that are here, they had a dream of Dakota. And you know, it's a hard thing to do because you gotta walk too fast. You take care of the bison. We don't manage them. We manage the land. But we gotta live in today's world with rules and regulations. So we're creating a new path. None of us did this before. So we're trying to take the bison range, and our first responsibility is to the ground. We refrain to this a lot, and it's on a t-shirt we have, a circle of responsibility at the bison range. And with that, there's land, bison, and community. And sometimes you can get overwhelmed if you're thinking about taking care of all of them. So what we focus on is the land. If we take care of the land take care of the bison, and the bison take care of us. We don't own them. We're privileged to have a chance to be stewards to the land and the bison. And we're trying to learn from them. Let them teach us how to take care of them. You know, human trait, we think we know everything. And there's all these books, and nobody knows how to take care of a bison like a bison. So, you know, and we're really thankful to the tribe for Mustang Meadows. We pay lease there, but we play it at a tribal member rate. And it's a great opportunity, and we thank them. And we're doing everything we can to put forth infrastructure and land care into it. We treat it, you know, it's all of our land. We treat it like it's all of ours. The decisions we make today are going to affect our grandkids. So we need to be cautious on what we decide and what we do, because greed costs. So, you know, the future of Dakota is we're going to have a for sale meat product, but we're going to use that to make us sustainable. So we're going to be revenue driven to the point of sustainability without hurting our grandmother. And after that, it's community impact. There should be in every store on our reservation here, there should be bison meat, affordable. Bison meat's expensive, and that's fine, but it shouldn't be expensive to our people. But we gotta have that 50-50 split where we sell it out away from here at a high premium rate and let that dictate what it costs us to get it here. All of our grandmothers should be able to go in and get a bison roast at affordable cost, not at an RF buoy cost. So that's our push. And we're trying to do the best we can. And first, we're taking care of the land. And with that, the land's taking care of the bison, and the bison take care of us. We're really thankful for them, and we honor them. And we don't treat them like livestock. And we don't treat them like we own them. We treat them like they're our relatives. Anybody have any questions?
Sherry? Chance, would you tell the council a little bit more about the program for the MID?
Yep. And we had a slow start to that, and we picked it up this fall. Trials and tribulations, and we all learn. We always think we know everything. We wanted to start this summer, and we found out it's really hard to get our spiritual leaders rounded up in the summer. After these young men, they're busy. And with that, when I reached out to our dormitory, they said, "You have this in the summer, we can't join." So we moved it to the fall, and so it's I have a meeting later today on it, and we're starting.
Tell them what it is.
What we're doing is this year we got a little bit of a grant funding, and we got enough to take 5 young men. And and I don't know everything, you know what I mean? But we're gonna put them in rooms with the people in our community that do, to teach them how to be men. And we're gonna have all different aspects of it. They're gonna learn our traditions, our cultural values. But they're also gonna learn how to change oil in a car. Maybe something that wasn't taught at home, or how to balance a checkbook, or just how to get by on today. So how to be Lakota in today's world, have those Lakota values, but be able to be a provider and a caretaker for their families. And at the end of so we're going to be going through some classes, and at the end of it, they're going to go out and they're going to harvest, each one of them are going to harvest a bison. With that, a portion of that meat, they will pick a community, and we will have a feed to show generosity, and then they could disperse it with their families as they see fit. So, and many of you know me, and you know that I come from troubled youth. So with that being said, this is really important to me to start some different paths early. We all are acceptable to change, but it's a lot easier when we start young and we start teaching them young, providing space and opportunity for them to learn.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Bud? You want to get the floor for him? It's only one of you.
Yeah, I'll get the floor for him.
With no objection? No objection? Fine.
Good morning or afternoon, Council and Madam Chair and officials. Thank you for acknowledging my input. My name is Philip Little Thunder. I sit on a treaty council. I'm also employee of the Tribal Historic Preservation Office, seasonal work. But I also belong to a group called a Buffalo Field Campaign out in West Yellowstone. And over there, they've been slaughtering buffalo because they come out of the. And I brought this up here at the council a couple of times about, getting buffalo, saving those buffalo from West Yellowstone, bring them out to Rosebud, or, I realize, I understand there's quarantine and all that stuff involved. But I was just thinking about that. And, at one of the meetings, we were discussing about the land and the grass use of the cows that, do overgrazing and, the buffaloes. And we talked about the buffalo being brought here. And I don't know, we probably have buffalo out there already at the tribal ranch. But, I want to bring that part of saving the buffalo, they've been here hundreds, thousands of years before us. So I understand what you're talking about. And I appreciate what you're trying to do with the buffalo. And I appreciate the meal, the cooks and stuff. Thank you.
To add a little bit to what that is, harvesting is part of it, and it's part of it taking care of our land. But we also need to really focus on creating land managers. That is the first step for these young people to have space and opportunity to know how to best take care of that land. if we don't take care of our land, we ain't gonna have nothing when we're done. Short-term greed causes long-time misery.
Sure. Thank you. Could you give us some insight on any future plans regarding a meat locker?
Well, we're starting the process now.
What does that mean?
It means moving forward in the 26th fiscal year.
With what little chance, I know in the past that a few grants have been written and a feasibility study was done. However, that feasibility study was based upon organic meats and some other restrictive products. So those were denied. So are you telling me that you guys are applying again or that you were granted something?
We're not, so we did secure a few grants that are gonna allow us the availability for the space. Now, when you're asking USDA for permission, I'm probably not gonna. Bison meat is a non-amendable species, therefore is up for, what's the lack of a better word? It is up for voluntary federal meat inspection, not mandatory meat inspection. So we're gonna be building a state inspected facility and it's gonna be running through a mobile harvest unit. And we're gonna be able to sell bison meat under that state inspected label anywhere in the US.
So when it comes to that, I know we don't have a food code. I know we should develop one as a body. That's something we really need to do and that one of my colleagues talks about all the time, Councilman Frederick. However, when it comes to that mobile kill unit or harvest unit, are you going to also incorporate traditional butchering practices?
Yes.
Bringing in women and young women and.
Yep, and I was just talking about, so my supervisor is Brian Dillon, and we were just having this conversation the other day. You know, we have people in our community to implement those traditional butchering practices, but also on the, what we're wanting to do is get some young people around here that want to go off and go to school for it. And there's you know, a 6-week training program in Minnesota. So yeah, I know Brian was looking a little further into it, and if we were going to be able to sponsor some of these young people to go out and learn and come back and teach the rest of us, and then we're going to really depend on our elders to teach us the traditional way. So just like how we're handling the buffalo range, having the traditional knowledge and walking in today's world is about the best we can do.
So one of the things that we always do as a people that I feel is it's a good thing to look at funding sources through grants. However, you are a business.
Yep.
And has there been any market research done on just taking out a loan and starting this facility without grant funds?
Where we're sitting right now, if we do a loan, it's going to just be operational. For the actual infrastructure, we have what we need right now, and we're going to move forward with that at the scale we can afford. I think one of the things we do around here that I disagree with, and sorry guys, I'm opinionated, is sometimes we build too big. I don't need an architect. I don't need it to look fancy. I need 4 walls and it to be operational. That's going to best provide for my community, provide jobs, provide food sovereignty.
Do you have enough animals to sustain a business of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And one last question. Whenever the business is up and going, you said that it's mobile. Is that because you're going to go out into the field where the buffalo are, or what are you? Or do you have different sites? Are you planning on helping or being like able to be contracted for like SU or the tribe?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So we'll have a building, and it's going to be just for cold cutting, and our mobile harvest unit is going to be able to go out and harvest in field and store halves in there, and then take them back for the processing. So the building itself doesn't need to be. There's not going to be animals running through. And if we do, just to be financially sound a little bit, under that state inspected level, we could do a bovine for people, but we can't do it for sale. We can only do custom. So our members are, if they bring in a beef or a buffalo of their own, we're able to process it.
That's awesome. What about regular other animals?
The only thing we could do under state inspected and have for sale from us is non-amendable.
Okay.
But, and then it throws a little bit of different rules and regulations when you start mixing flavors, or chicken, or pig.
What about deer and elk?
We can do deer and elk.
Okay.
That's, it's qualified as wildlife.
Okay.
These
And
segments.
2 more questions. What was the name of your program for the young men?
Koskalaka Tazua.
Okay, and then you mentioned earlier something that was done to the pivots. Was that an upgrade?
Well, a couple of things we've done. We're steadily, a lot of our pivots are from the 1970s, and a lot of them are lockwoods. And, Valley is the most structural safe thing to move forward into. So we took 2 old lockwood systems and we put 2 brand new valleys on it. And and it's an expensive deal, so we're doing it a little bit at a time. And then we also completely redone the wow on pivot 19. And moving forward this year, we'll, due to the storm we had and we got our insurance all figured out, we'll be putting up two more brand new valleys. And we'll also be repairing some older valleys with new parts. But currently, every pivot, even if it's a valley, or lockwood or rinky, they all have been upgraded to valley components. So they all have new drives, new center drives, new tower boxes, and new control boxes, all from Valley.
These are the tribes pivots,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Well, I want to say thank you for everything. Thank you for the way that you're being a good steward of the land and taking care of the buffalo. We have our own buffalo herd as a tribe, and we've had since the 80s. I believe Councilman Frederick's father was instrumental in bringing the buffalo back here, and buffalo revitalization has a huge impact on us. I always say, like, all these women around here, they're always eating ice. Starlight has the best ice. That's because we're not intaking the type of foods that our people used to eat. And buffalo has a lot of iron in it. So we're really lacking in all of these nutrients, and we have diabetes. Diabetes is causing all these other issues, kidney failure, renal failure, all of these things, and it all comes from food. And I appreciate what you're doing, and I appreciate you including our medicine men and our children, and really encompassing the whole value system that we need to start doing as a tribe. I do have to say that I am, when I think about the amazing leaps that this program is taking, I am very disappointed in our own tribal bison program. It has ran with barely any funding for so many years, and it has not made the strides because there's no investment. So this is proof that when we invest in something that we care about, and especially something that sacrificed its life for us, and in our creation story, Tatanka gave his life for the people. And I feel like treating them like cattle and not taking care of them is something that really impacts the health of the bison and the project. So bringing in that Lakota philosophy of thought when you're taking care and maintaining the bison, I think is something that's going to help bring success on a different level, on a spiritual level. So thank you for that, and thank you for caring for the pivots that we are letting you use. I don't think anybody else has ever reported that they've made any upgrades to any property that we have allowed them to use. And thank you for paying a lease. We have another tribal outfit here, the Tribal Ranch, who I found out does not pay a lease. So thank you for giving back to the tribe and not just taking. So, appreciate it.
Emily? Thank you. Hello. I know I see a lot of you at the land committee, so I won't take up too much time. I just wanted to mention something that came from land committee. I just echo everything Sherry has mentioned already, as far as thanking and being appreciative. I think the one comment that I wanted to make is there was discussion last year, maybe several months ago, on establishing what land management for Bison looks like for the Rosebud, having options, having, different things, but what we allow, what we don't allow, those types of things. And I really feel we're at that place, not only for, just knowledge and everything, but I think it would help us establish our management separate. Like you say, everybody knows that it is, there's not a lot of data out there. So my kind of comment has to do with that aspect about how can we ensure that we're documenting everything. I know you guys have partnerships to get like the ecological and the soils and all that kind of stuff, but I also just want to make sure that we're documenting the change and this newness that's going on as far as what land management could be in relation to bison management as a wildlife species, not necessarily as agriculture. So I don't know if that's something that you guys are already talking about or if that's something you can add to the conversation, because at Land and Natural, there has been previous discussion about establishing and creating what that would look like for the Rosebud, and then establishing actual protocols and standards that could be followed through with all of our land programs. I think hearing you talk is amazing, but I think getting that talk down to our policies is going to take the biggest work, because as you know, our policies stem from years and years of BIA and all of this type of stuff. And so I just want to make sure that all the good work that you're doing, in case you're not there forever, is being documented, but also being put into a format. I mean, I'm also envisioning possibly you guys having the opportunity to publish a report that others can utilize as a educational level. So I just wanted to throw all those out there in case you're not already working on them, if we can connect some of those dots back to what the tribe is doing or even policy creation in general. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. With that being said, we're all in this together. And I'm pro bison, whether they're at Dakota or the tribe. So anything that I could do with the tribal herd, I'm here. I'm a resource.
Thank you. I just wanted to throw that out there because there's probably people listening. We have many in the room, but when I was, when these conversations started happening at the committee level, I didn't realize there was kind of some underlying territorialism in the ag community about that. And so I just want to make sure that as a tribe, we're looking at it at that level, not necessarily the business, just only the business aspect. Thank you.
There's no more questions, and if Bud's done, we need to move on. We still have more red coat presenting.
I'd like Craig Belandra. Good? Yeah. Oh, could you mention one thing about the food code?
I just want to emphasize the food code. Bud and I have been working on we call it our Buffalo Olympics project since last year. And we faced a lot of different challenges in that project. This year, we were able to talk to Zach Duchesneau, who has so much experience in USDA, so much knowledge. One of the things that he recommended to all tribes was that everyone has a food code and has some type of ordinance or something around ensuring tribal inspectors. So there are currently no Native American USDA meat inspectors, and that was a big deal when we were trying to do our harvest and make them USDA certified to be able to sell outside of the tribe. The fee that we had to pay was around $15,000 for 2 inspectors to come out, watch the whole process because we only do it one way. We don't take our bison and go, harvest them somewhere else. We do it on the land. So for them to come out, to do that process, and then to go back to Rapid City, because we are working with Sacred Storm, of course, and harvesting there and being a part of that process there, it's very expensive with the USDA. So I think business-wise and sustainability or profit to sustainability-wise, if the tribe, can start emphasizing or start working on the food code, and I know Wayne here he was kind of like giving more knowledge about that after Zach talked to us. And then making sure that the USDA or the RST meat inspectors are involved in that plan. Because those funds could be coming back here. And when we have a new processing facility here, again, those funds can stay here. So, continue.
For the sake of time, we'll give 2 more on the business side of this. So propane, we'll have Travis come up and give a little update. I know last winter, we had some challenges that we faced with propane trucks down, lack of staff, and we're able to address those this summer, so we're ready to go this winter. Yeah, just want to give a little update on the operations.
breathe.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see you guys. Winter is back upon us. I think we had a pretty mild winter, but just want to give a brief update on propane. Like Ray was saying, last winter, one of our biggest things was staffing issues. One of the biggest challenges I feel like not only propane, but majority of our businesses around here that require individuals to have a CDL is the lack of people carrying a CDL that can operate the vehicle. So a lot of times we have a tendency of kind of pull from another company, and you know that happened. I put us in that situation last year, but this year, when it's the winter, we are fully staffed with our drivers. All our winter contracts are locked in. Trucks, everything's trucks are all up and running. Make sure to do all our maintenance during the summertime, so we have no issues there. Just minor stuff, maybe replace a nozzle, maintenance, repairs, nothing major. Trying to think what else. Oh, one of the programs that I did want to talk about, for people, well, we got a big crowd here and on to do this. For like a lot of the people who are able to do like deductions and stuff, we really encourage you to look into Propane's budget bill program, which is geared towards our members here, people who work within it, try to take advantage of buying propane and pre-buying and doing a payroll deduction during the summer months. So when winter hits, you're fully paid and you're actually buying it at a summer rate. So we're able to lock in the gallons in the summertime. So right now, I think there is like a 30-cent difference from the people who took advantage of the program summer to the people that they're paying now. So that is a huge one, and we keep pushing it out, and it's growing, but not at the rate that I would like to see. The transport industry is huge for taking advantage of that program. So, some of the other things that we do try to do is we give back, for our elders and veterans. We do have like a discount that we offer them when they come in and purchase from us. And then one of the other things that I wanted to bring up, as a travel member and as the manager of Propane, was our people's aging propane tanks. I've noticed in the past 2 to 3 years, I've been having to go out and do a lot of repairs. Some of them tanks are becoming non-repairable due to the age of them, not able to get parts from just the age. And a lot of those repairs, as long as you're buying propane from Propane, we try to go out there and if it's a minor fix, we just fix it and repair it for our customers. Our way of giving back, and as our travel members also. But I feel like I heard it here too, that maybe we need to sit down and strategize and try to come up with a way to address that issue, because it is growing every year, bigger and bigger, for people who own their homes, because there's a lot of things that get passed from one relative to another relative, and the super old tank, and sometimes you can't even get it up online safely. So,
Emily? I'm sorry to cut you off. My hand just went up there. It just made me think of what is the normal process for that issue? Because I know even last year we had lots of elders and things that didn't even know they needed to check on their tubing or whatever it's called. Yeah. And so those were a lot of complaints that I was getting for, like, who do they call? Do we have somebody that does that? And the only person we were referencing to you, but I know that was staffing and issues and everything. So I was just curious, how do other propane companies ensure that your tank is up to standard? Because I think some companies, if you're on a contract or something, it might be like a cell phone where you pay a little bit each month or something like that, and that's part where like kind of rent to own and you pay it off. Like, do we have anything like that set up? Is that something that we might need to look into before we're going to have like a lot going out at once or something? I guess how can we be proactive in addressing that from the tribal side? Thank you.
So as far as that goes, like some of the other propane companies, when they lease out your propane tank, part of the agreement is that you can only buy propane from them. Where we've come across instances where we would deliver it and then they'd call out and that company would go and put a padlock on them.
Yes,
yeah, they put a padlock on them, and they end up having to pay a fee because you only buy from them. And as far as the maintenance goes on them houses, it's pretty much up to the homeowners and private homes for their maintenance and stuff of their tanks. SWA takes care of their own. And I brought it up to council a couple of years ago about, you know, it should really go as far as the community chairperson should have somebody to go out and check on our elders and our disabled people and make a list of repairs that need to be done and call propane in the summertime where we're not as busy, and then we could come up with some kind of agreement where we could go out and make the repairs in the summertime rather than it being a dire emergency in a snowstorm.
So along those lines, like I don't want to create more work for you, but since you're out there in many of the instances, is there a way that you'd be able to keep track of them while we also keep track on the tribal? Say you go out there and you deliver propane and you say this one's really old, it's going to be, you know, beyond its lifetime or something, and then let us know. I just think that there's, you know, a big room for error or lack of communication by doing that. But I also think that not all of our people, unfortunately, don't have that homeowner education. And so I don't know if there's any opportunity within your department or maybe Tatonka Funds or somebody else within Redco that would be able to fund some of that, maybe like an educational pamphlet to be like, these are the dates, or these are, you know, annual reminders, change your filter, blah, 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 you know, those types of things. I just don't think that not everybody, unfortunately, has that knowledge base. So I don't know if there's anything for that aspect that we could maybe shoot some pamphlets out or info.
So one of the things that we've been doing when the driver does fill up the propane, I have them do a quick inspection while they're filling the gear, the tank built on the data plate, tank on it, and look for any visible wear or damages that they may see, whether it's an aging regulator, an old pigtail that needs to be changed, and they write it on that ticket. And when that ticket comes back, and when it's getting entered into the system, then that's noted on their card. So next time when they call the order propane, they're like, hey, we found these issues with your tank, and if the homeowner's home, we try to let them know too, like, hey, this is what we found before the driver leaves. So that way, you know, there is communication there. And that way when they call in, like, hey, was able to get through the address, and I feel like with the community chairs and propane working together, we can really do that and address all those issues in the summertime. Because I feel like that's the best time to really address these, fix the problem before it becomes a bigger problem in the winter time.
Thank you.
That's the digital meters.
Oh, yeah. For the tanks?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And then one of the other things too that we do is just the meters, where your brain part here. The tank monitorings for your personal home. We do lease those out. They're like $90 a year is what it is. So they run off of satellite, Wi-Fi, and your cell phone. So that way, if you're down in Grass Mountain, you'll still be able to register it. And that was one of the things that I did suggest this a couple years ago also was that the tribal or the community chair people, even the community reps or, you know, council reps too, for the communities, maybe identify all our elders, all of our disabled people within our communities, and, you know, during the summertime that they partake and maybe purchase X amount of gallons for them members specifically. And when doing that, we could just put one of the monitors on their tanks. So then that way we don't get the phone calls of, hey, we got an elder who's out of propane out here in, you know, Norris, you know, and we're in the middle of a snowstorm or the snowstorm's starting to fall. You know, we've got those calls and my guys will scramble, you know, and then it's super dangerous for them to send the truck out there in them conditions, and but they'll go out there, you know, if it is a tribal member. And I feel like in those situations, I feel like it would be key if we could have contact with a community member or somebody there to actually go out and verify and check on that individual, that elder, disabled person, before propane trying to scramble and putting the driver's life in danger, going out there and come to find out they already have propane in their tank, which happens quite a bit too. So if we could have that bridge, that communication between propane and the council level community level, that would be great.
One of you want to get the floor for Phil?
Yeah, we can.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and officials, and thank you. I just have a question. The size of the propane tanks, 500, 250, 100 gallon, and 50 gallon tanks. I survived in an RV 2 winters with 100 gallon tanks. And at the time, you guys said that you couldn't refill them because you didn't have a nozzle. I don't know if you guys corrected that or you bought a nozzle. Because I realize that some people out there are gonna be relying on those little 50-gallon, you know, they call them rhinos.
Yep.
They're gonna rely on them for heat.
Yep.
You know, so I was wondering if you guys have nozzles for
Yep. We did, I did recently purchase, so every one of our trucks has a nozzle, so that way a homeowner doesn't have to load up that big 100-pound bottle and bring them in. We could just pull up there and we'll fill them on spot, so.
I had a hard time loading those
Yep.
filled up 100-gallon tanks and,
Yeah, they're a pain.
yeah. All right, thank you.
Yep.
There's no more questions?
Oh, yeah. Thank you. So I know you've been before this council several times, while I sat here, and you brought forward a lot of good ideas. One thing that I think is missing is, you should be able to come here and tell us that, something like that, and we should be able to just do it, but it doesn't happen that way. So I would really like to encourage Redco to start utilizing our committee system. And that's our legislative process. And if you have good ideas like that, that's a really good thing to propose to the Social Services Committee. And then from there, once you bring a proposal forth, or when you guys come to report to Economic Development Committee, if you have something or any of your general managers have something, bring them along to the meeting, and we can start there and send it to wherever it needs to go. So I just wanted to make that note, because a lot of times there's ways and solutions to these issues that we have, especially when they're minute like that. However, they never get addressed, because each committee meeting, we have agendas that are usually full, and we're listening to our current programs that report to us. So it ends up just getting lost. So don't let that idea get lost. Please take that to the Social Services Committee or Economic Development Committee. Also, I wanted to ask, you've brought several ideas forward for propane in the past. And right now, I do know that your prices are pretty high compared to everybody else. Have you figured out how much investment it would take to be able to compete with the other propane companies?
So, majority of the time, so for that question there, during the summertime, there was like a big war and all that stuff that was going to happen. It was uncertain if we were going to go to war. Pipelines were getting blown up, all this and that. Brokers were calling me like, hey, hold on to propane, so I don't know what's going to happen here. Don't contract anything. The unfortunate thing is for us is we don't have the capacity to store a lot of propane. When CARES Act was first brought up and we were going to get all that money, propane, which was that we threw it into the pot, was, hey, get us 1 million gallons of storage for propane. We can sell propane cents, under $1 all the time, because we could buy it in the summertime and store it all. That would be the solution for that. So we can buy it in summertime, load all of this within, function off of that in the wintertime. But so far as that goes, plays a big part on why our prices fluctuate so much. So I tried to get in there and contract in the gallons. So it's like, I heard it, Mother Nature, I don't dare try to dictate what she's going to do. It's like, that's what they're like, okay, it's your move, what are you going to do, So, and then the propane market was so unstable in the summertime, where it was like every day. Usually they fluctuate about 0.5 cent. So propane is like a penny game. It fluctuates within 0.5 cent to a cent daily. And there was days where it would fluctuate 10 to 15 cents, which was really unheard of the 9 years that I was here. I've never seen that until this past summer. So I was like, okay, do I get oil now? Do I don't? Because there was even talk of propane being up to like possibly $3.80 per gallon this winter. But they didn't come to that, and I'm thankful. So we were able to contract in some of the propane there, and there's multiple contracts to get into to get a better price. So to answer your question, if we had more storage, that would give us the ability to actually compete with other companies that do have bigger storage.
And I understand that. I guess I asked the question knowing that, because we had that conversation in the past. But my question was, have you gathered information to see how much investment you would need to make that happen?
So
Was that a question for Brian?
Well, I just sent the numbers. We kind of ran the numbers for that per tank, and I can't remember right offhand. for the 30,000 gallon tanks. But they sell anywhere like a 30 to 60,000 gallon tank. So Two Striker is designed to actually supplement more tanks and build them out into a manifold into the same system. The same with Turtle Creek. So whenever we got that tank grandfathered in, we was able to get it certified to the state. I had it piped so then we could add to it additional tanks and still run off the same pumps that are there, so we wouldn't have to add that part. As far as the tanks in Saddle School, I think it was like 30, 40,000. No, I can't remember it offhand.
It was somewhere in that area, but there's a lot of different variables that go along with it to give you an actual good number. One of the things we need to do that would kind of complicate things, but at the same time help, is to sit down with all the other entities that would be subscribers to the propane that we would be holding, and also to the other tribes. Because we have to set or come up with what our magnitude of need is first, and then we can come up with the cost, which is what you're looking for.
Yes. I didn't know if the organization started doing that, or, so it sounds like you guys have, you just don't have a definite number yet.
One of many conversations we have relating to propane, but right now we're trying to gear up and be ready to handle whatever happens this winter. That's not far on the back burner, it's somewhere in the middle. We just haven't reached out to like SWA or any other entities around here. There's also a possibility that we could hold propane for other distributors, for other providers.
Okay.
We just need to figure out what we want to go after first and then come up with a cost.
There's a couple, we were talking about even getting like a transport company, even being a wholesale, propane. But, now that we got Ray, Brian, other, as propane and Red Coal grows, we're getting more overhead to help, channel them ideas and to help it grow. Cause that was one of the conversations we had, and maybe this summer when we slow down and let's go really start putting up time to get down where we want to take propane on that part of it. Whether it be to start delivering diesel, selling diesel wholesale, becoming a transport company, which is very easy nowadays, for the refineries, for them, and then not only that, kind of becoming almost like a broker, wholesaler selling, big gallons.
One last question. In the past, when you had no drivers, you hosted several practice, test, and study groups.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that you're still doing, or are you working with anybody regarding that?
So we were gonna do that, and then Techro did one this past summer. They hosted one, and two of our drivers actually went through that we have on board now. They went through that. The only bad part about that, not Techro doing it, but bad part of people host that, and even when we did it too, was at the time we didn't have a Class A or a Class B vehicle for them to actually go test in. To do the actual road test, to do the inspection for the state, all that stuff. We didn't have that vehicle, so with Techro, they did the written part of the test, and then it was, okay, now go underway to your driving test and all that. So our guys went and actually paid and did theirs about wishing to put a tech for that program that they had up there for driving part of it. So I know the state came up with a new regulation where once you pass all of that, you have to ride with an instructor, and he will gauge if you're ready to transport or be a driver, or if you still need more training before they issue your CDL now. I think it would teach a lot of the accidents and stuff for the drivers.
Thank you.
No assembly.
Good afternoon, Travis. You say you're fully staffed. How many is fully staffed?
So right now we have 3 drivers, and then myself, and then the 2 office personnel.
And how many trucks are running right now?
All 3 of our trucks. One is getting the leaf spring fixed as we speak. But yeah, all 3 of them are running.
Thank you.
Yeah. One of our things, real quick, sorry. So anytime there's a storm coming, and we do ask in the wintertime that people do place their orders 2 to 3 days ahead of time, because we do get, in the wintertime, we're booked up. We get booked daily, but our guys, when we're fully staffed, if you're scheduled to get delivered on that day, you get delivered that day, when we're fully staffed. So when there's a storm coming, and we know it's supposed to get bad, our guys will start working overtime to the days up to when that storm's supposed to hit, and we're actually working days ahead. So then that will be say a couple days ahead.
And something to add to that, when there's a storm coming, I know a lot of our elders have young ones living with them. You young ones need to go out and you need to check those propane tanks and see what percentage they're at, so you can call in and plan and prepare, so that way our grandparents aren't sitting in the cold during the winter time. So for you young ones, go out there and help check those tanks, see what percentage you're at, stay on top of it. Thank you.
One of the things that we are working on too is purchasing the 100-pounder tanks, like Bill was talking about, just to have on hand for when we do get in that situation where the trucks are on the north end of the res and there's an elder down the sprinkler, like what happened last year, and all our trucks are on the opposite side and they're completely out when the storm this year was. Then we could pull one of them 100-pounders, throw it behind my truck, I could go down there, at least that'll get them through the storm until we can get our trucks on there. So that's the idea behind that, so.
Emily?
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I was kind of having to do with the previous question, but I was just curious, how much volume do our current storage tanks? I think there was one by Two Strike and one by the store, right?
Yeah.
So how many does that currently hold, and then how fast do we deplete that?
So out there, a total we have 30, 40, we hold about 48,000 gallons out the district. And over here, we hold 24,000 gallons in Mission.
And
that's
then
when they're completely full.
Did you say you would need 100,000 or 1,000,000? I can't remember.
Ideally, if we had 1,000,000 gallons of storage, that would take care of our reservations for a whole year.
Okay, I was just asking because I know it's amazing to dream big and think of what like total and even future, but I'm just trying to get like our current need right now, what that would take. Because I think even with LEAF and SWA and those type of housing, we should be able to get a number of what that would be expected annually, and then add a little bit more for the private homes. Because last year we were actually having to tell our private homes to not support our local business because we didn't have the capacity to meet all the orders, and that was really hard to do. But I'm hoping that that's not the case in the future. So thank you.
If that's all, next one.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis.
All right, the next one we'll talk about Pejico. We'll call up Lucas. Lucas is our acting general manager. Pejico, we opened the doors on Thursday, November 13th, 2024, and we've been open for just a little over a year now. It's been a journey. We're still learning as we go. But Lucas give a little update on how Pejico is.
Well, hello, council. I want to thank you guys and also administration for letting me come and speak to you guys today. My name is Lucas Ironheart. I'm our acting general manager at Pejico. I started as a bud tender the day before we opened. We run a system called Grow Flow. I was tasked with learning how to run Grow Flow the day before and opening our store the next day. We're open today, so I did pretty good, for what I had to do. As Ray mentioned, we've been open for a little bit over a year now. On that baseline, we want to generate some sort of revenue for the tribe, as well giving a medicinal medicine to the people to alternate going to the hospital and getting opiates or a pill or something. We wanted holistic healing on a different level. Me and Brian talk about it all the time. Some people still think it's taboo to smoke medicinal marijuana. So that's one thing we're trying to do is just increase our education for the community as well as myself. It's a brand new situation for us here in Rosebud, and I'm more than thankful I get to run in, this task of moving forward. We currently have just under 500 active medical cards. A lot of people's medical cards just expired as they are for a year. Out of those 500, we service about 270. So we're not doing too much. Out of the 270, our win back is 3%, which we need to get up. One of our biggest challenges right now is just getting our community members to get medical cards. It's a major hindrance for us as us wanting to generate revenue. We don't get as much people in as we need to. So much like what Propane's got going on. It's hard to be competitive with recreational all around us. And then also, as we know, the street. So what I'm tasked with is trying to figure out how to get more medicinal cards in, but in our tribal ordinance, we're not allowed to give you a medical card within our dispensary boundaries. So therefore, now you got to come to the tribal office, get your card. Now you got to come to the dispensary. And then there's a big gap there where you get here, you may not be here to get a card. Or you stop at our place and I'm like, hey, sorry, you can't come in. You got to go to the tribal office and come back. 100% of the time, people don't come back. So that's one of our major deals. I'm thankful we got Brian on the team now. I work right under Brian, then also under Ray. So we're doing good. But yeah, in a 100% realistic way, we don't make the amount of money as we need to keep the building running. Then that boils down to med cards. 100% perfect world, I'd love for us to be recreational. get every last person in Rosebud in the door. Also, for council, I don't get to see any of you guys. The door's open. Council can come in, take a look at what we got going on any time of the day. We start with the seed. It's literally a plant that grows. Once it gives us the stuff we need, we harvest it. Everything is packaged, produced, grown right in-house. Everyone on my staff is Rosebud. We're all Rosebud. We make it run. A little nervous, I will be honest, so I'm just rambling. You know, a lot of you guys are long-winded, so I'm trying to fill in that gap. Yeah, but no, so.
Okay. I have a question, probably for LJ. LJ, so far, how much has Redco, or Clay, how much has Redco invested into PEGI? I know the tribe initially bought the building for about $370,000. And all of the upgrades and construction, I know Redco has taken on.
Just about $2 million.
$2 million.
Yeah, that doesn't include the building, which the tribe bought, thank you for that. But redoing it, we're still kind of working on it, redoing some of the rooms, you know, about $2 million.
$2 million in investment. And how much of that are you getting a return on? Anything yet?
We're trying to take any money out of the business now. We do have our bank account open, which is great. Use that money. Just, you know, some further investments we're going to need to make is a safe. It's actually called a recycler that would hook up to our tills. The money goes in there as soon as you buy some, and then it comes and gets picked up by a armored car service, just so we don't have to run it to Rapid City Bank. But it also allows us to, if we need to break change or get somebody out of it as possible. That's going to be, it's like $50,000-$60,000 for that. Be another investment. I think well worth it. Once we get fully, full capacity here of growing on it, be good. But again, the biggest thing is just the ability to have customers come in the door is the biggest thing right there. I mean, we average, I think, $33 a transaction. I was doing some quick math on that. I mean, probably need to do 1,000 or 2,000 more cards just based on, the numbers that Lucas is giving us. So.
It's unfortunate to hear that the medical card portion of this is holding up potential business that we could be. We should talk about this more at Economic Development Committee and talk about some ordinance revisions and look at what we can do to make a push for some changes or recreational. I don't know what the council feels on that, but we can always bring it up for a vote.
Yeah, we have some of those ready for next EDC.
Okay, that would be good. That's such a huge investment to be made to not be having any return. So thank you guys.
Emily?
Thank you. Is it okay if I sit down so I can read through my, yeah? Sorry guys, I have a couple questions I'm gonna do. The first one is, could you give us the status on, to kind of go off of the conversation that we were just having of the bank account? And the reason why I'm asking is for a lot of the other facilities,
Can you go off air for that, Councilwoman?
well, maybe if we could just talk about what we can on air and then we can go into the specifics. But I was just wondering where we are with that because some of the other facilities get around the need for cash and handling cash by using an ATM. And my understanding that is we can't do that because we don't have access to a bank account. So I just wanted to know if that's the case.
Maybe that's something you guys can discuss in economic development.
Something we should discuss off air.
Yeah. Well, the short answer too is we have an account. We have a bank.
Okay. And so can you answer the question then? Are you looking into that non-cash? Because I think that's one of the biggest issues that I'm hearing right now is how do we handle all this cash? And that would alleviate that right now and it would also make it easier for people.
Yeah, he just said that they have a bank account and it's picked up.
I know, but that's not what I asked. I asked if they're looking at other ways to alleviate the need for cash.
Yeah, they can answer this.
Thank you, Clay. Okay, my next question is, could you talk about? What was that? I missed it. What was that? What was that, Lisa? I missed it. Sorry.
Is it?
What was that, Madam Vice Chair? I didn't hear you.
I said, the pickup times are.
Oh. No, I didn't think about that. My next question is, could you talk about the status of the licensing?
That's why I said take it to committee.
So I'm not allowed to ask questions?
No, I'm talking to Sherry about something else.
Could you update us on the status of the licensing? I know a few months ago there was kind of a big uproar about maybe some compliance issues or bugs or things like that. Could you give us an update if that's all been cleared up and we're no longer in a compliance issue?
As far as we know, we're in compliance. We haven't got any violation, notices from the commission.
Okay, so the previous one has been all cleared up with the bugs and all that. Okay. Thank you, Brian. Second or third, has there been any discussion farther on the tax structure and how to get maybe that back to the tribe? I know when I asked about our budgeting this year, it was kind of like a no hush hush, no one talk about it, but from a budgeting and planning perspective, from a we would probably want to count on some revenue eventually. And so I was just curious as to when we might want to expect that, or when we could have that conversation, even about the taxation, because I don't think that's clear in any of the ordinances about how much of the total cost would then go back to the tribe. Because the tribe hasn't even discussed what we would do with it and where we go once that happens. So could we get an update on that?
I will say, before we open the doors, we had a meeting with the tax commission and about amending the luxury tax to include cannabis. And since then, it hasn't been presented or went any further than that. I just talked to the commissioner last month about it, and that was the only time we discussed it.
Okay.
So I think
I know there was some concerns at that time that the language in the different, whatever there were, ordinances and all these different things, they weren't the same. Some was calling it medical, something was calling it cannabis, something was calling it marijuana. And there were certain things within the tax structure that we needed to address to make sure that that could happen. And it sounds like we still haven't done that. And so I would just really like to see some effort put into that. I think that's going to be one of the biggest things for the tribe. Like, why are we even doing this if nothing's going to come back to the tribe? We're just spending millions of dollars for nothing at that.
I recall it was brought here and then it was tabled because there were some issues that were brought up.
Sent back. It was sent back.
It was sent back, so no.
Yeah, which is why I was asking for an update from then. But that's the
What committee was that sent back to?
The tax commission.
Okay.
What is the other one? I'll give my time to somebody else while I look for my other questions. Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, Lila.
Just, got one by, message, and they said, can you explain why would somebody need to get a physical card?
Quick answer is we're a medicinal facility. So we only allow medical cards for medical patients to come in. Recreational on the other hand, so that's where Pine Ridge got, where you could just take ID. Our dispensary with 3 minutes.
And I think I heard you bring this up, but what products do you have and how can they help?
So we serve all things made from cannabis. We grow the cannabis plant. Everything that we sell comes strictly from that plant in a form of pre-rolls, flour. We have edibles, we have concentrates, and then we have vape pens as well. So anything that can be derived from the plant is what we sell currently.
And based off of what diagnosis are they?
So the medicinal plant itself, people come in and it's goes back to education. Everyone wants the highest THC we have, which is all fine and dandy, but also the plant itself breaks into different terpenes. Like for instance, limonene itself, it tastes piney. It's helped for anti-inflammatory, anti-stress, and can help you sleep. And that's just one of 13 different terpenes. Humulene is one that is anti-cancerous properties, gut health properties. And this is how it breaks down. If you come into the dispensary now, we have a big whiteboard in the lobby, and it breaks down every last terpene and which of our products include those terpenes in it. So it's kind of better for us, since we're calling ourselves medicinal, to help actually treat what you're coming in for, instead of just giving you a pre-roll based on a high percentage and sending you out the door.
Okay, so you're there to kind of help people.
Yeah, and then our bud tenders, along with myself, where they're all educated in it as well. So if you come in and have those questions, everybody in the house can give you an answer.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the whiteboard in the that he's talking about is very helpful. If you don't know what you're buying, you can go on this whiteboard and it'll tell you all of the information that you need. Because that's a big plus with dispensary.
Breaks down the flavor palette, how it affects you, the range, what you can expect from it. So I mean, it helps me as the boss, know when someone comes in and let me know. Also, as well, if you're just in the lobby waiting for us to run your card through, then you get a little bit of education as well.
Emily, the chair.
Thank you. You guys just said something I wanted. One of the things about, I think you mentioned, like people are still scared to come in, or they don't want that. One of the things that I've been getting, it's not necessarily a complaint, but I've heard it more than once, so I thought maybe I'll address it since we're on here. Is can you explain a little bit about your internal policy about who has access to your database or your purchasing database? Because I've heard it several times now, and I just want to squash that rumor that you know, it's not a free-for-all because it is, in my opinion, and I hope so, that it's a medical facility and that those would be, you know, protected records. And so I just wanted to know what your policy is on that, so we could let our listeners and the people know that there is a policy governing that aspect of the data and who has access to that system.
So we run as a medicinal facility. We keep all records of any customer that come in strictly for me, Ray, or Ryan, and that's where it stays. Besides our bud tenders seeing the customer come in, they have no access to any of the other customers in our system. We do that for protection of the people and as well as ourselves, just to make sure we do it in a proper way.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Next.
Sherry, and then back to me.
So, sorry, I keep coming back to this, but the ordinance does state that the Cannabis Commission is supposed to issue cards. Okay, so people are having a hard time getting cards. You guys are having to turn people away. How many clients are you turning away because they don't have a card?
Doors opened about just over a year ago. I haven't started keeping track until maybe the last 3 months. But within those 3 months, we've already turned 100 plus away. Just coming in who just people stopping, you know, just want to come stop by. Also members of us and other people from other tribes who just passing through want to come through. So we have a nice little handout on how to get your card. We walk you through it. It's just now you got to go and get it and then come back. And that's where I think our barrier remains at this time.
Thank you.
What's next? Emily? Sorry, one quick thing is other entities have gotten around that have similar things by having an adjacent building where you might have a little walkway or something, but you're on the same location, so you don't have to drive across town or anything, but just want to throw that out there. But if we're ready to transition, I was asked to ask a quick thing about our previous furnace conversation. Can I ask a question? Or maybe you could take it back for Travis if he's not here. But one of the things I was just asked to ask is if there's any opportunity to develop a training program. I know last year we talked about staffing so much, but we really are looking at for some of these things as like a very trained kind of skilled worker, and especially for furnace, and there's so much safety things involved. I was wondering if there was opportunity either within any of your entities or to partner with any of the tribal entities. I don't know if Petro or any of those do that, but to get some furnace techs, I guess, either on call or maybe on contract or just on the side so that we have more than maybe just Travis out there having to kind of do this and do that and fix the repairs. I just wanted to throw that out there because I was asked to. Thank you.
Give you a little bit of an answer to that.
Just knock myself down.
So I've been talking with Travis about that, so we can appease those that need help with getting their furnace or their propane tank or any of that whole system fixed or maintained. Right now, like Travis said earlier, it falls back entirely on the homeowner to do it, and we know people need assistance getting that completed. So getting somebody trained is one thing. We could probably work something out with Tecro or SU or what have you on that. Paying for that person, ensuring their work, reliability, everything that'll take a little bit more of a discussion, both like probably just by your committee and also with Clay and Ray, so that we make sure we're covering it adequately all the way around.
Yes.
Short answer, it can be
Possible
done.
like apprenticeship or something
Yeah.
like that, just for the long term kind of growing our own, because I really feel like not only could we be growing our own workers and developing that way, but we could also be providing the service back to our people. So many of our people, especially the working class, unless you're, and I hate to say this, a poor Indian, you don't get access to a lot of our services, and nowhere in the treaty does it say that we, you know, so I was just wondering if that, and it could also be a revenue generation back to the department. Thank you.
I feel we need to make it happen. Because this last cold spell that we had people calling. Majority of them were elders. The furnaces were broke down. Housing does not work on those houses. We need somebody in there like ASAP, because winter's just beginning. So we really need to work together and figure this out and put somebody on contract maybe to get somebody out there, because where Travis gets bombarded all the time, because that's the first person everybody calls to fix their furnace. So we need a list if you guys have anybody who can help too, and we have to contract them to get them out there.
So Travis represents two entities. He has his own personal business that he does work for to help the people. He has the HVAC, heating and cooling, and then we have Citron Propane. So, short answer, unless I get this wrong, guys.
Totally separate business.
Yeah, is that, Citron Propane will handle what's necessary, like Travis indicated, on the tank to the house. Those repairs are done right now with no recovery of funds not being paid for. It's just, like Travis said, our way to get back to the people from where it gets ready to go in at the, regulator into the house. All of that is up to the homeowner. So those costs aren't a normal cost that Citrongo Propane bears right now. So that's why I'm answering Emily a little bit earlier, is that we would have to figure out how we would do that, how we would certify the system, how we would be, our liability would be increased, because if we make a repair and anything happens to the house because of that repair, then we're liable. But we have to figure those things out.
Yep, let's get on the agenda for economic development and get a plan, because, we're texting Madam Chair, trying to get people out there to repair these furnaces. We have to have a plan, and I know it's two separate entities, but how are we gonna provide for the people collaborating with you guys, for the listeners, because, Councilor Wayne there is shaking his head no, so we gotta collaborate and work together, because we work for the people. Storms are coming, we gotta figure something out to get people out there, you know, right away to serve the people, especially our elders.
All right,
Yeah.
next.
Yep, we're finished
What do
on
you got
the.
Yeah, so, next we have, the Kayawapala lease. Just a quick update on that. You know, we're just, finishing up 3 houses right now for homeowners. We had a groundbreaking for them. Yep. We can get a lot more into that, but one critical thing we need, we've been working with Land and Natural and whatnot to get a lease recorded on there. From that lease, we can then sublease to the homeowners through the BIA, but their mortgage companies require that. It's time to be critical on that. So Wayne Frederick's been helping me with that. We have a resolution there.
So we'll bring this resolution on. Wayne, do you want to bring it on?
I'll
for
bring it on
approval?
as Chairman Land and Natural. We had Eric and Paula working the last couple months on this, and Eric finally figured out this draft that was passable.
Okay, so motion to approve 2025-321.
Yep.
Wayne,
Move.
need a second? Michelle, go ahead, Wayne.
Just an amendment to figure out where to.
The board is 6, whereas, the, 14th first line, whereas. I know where they're at.
Okay, good.
Do you get the?
I'll leave it to Chris.
Let's do it. Okay.
Motion to, amend, we consider an amend resolution 25-21. Yeah, we're just amending it.
No, they already went through Land and Natural on November 17th.
Yeah.
Those amendments.
The resolution, I think that you're citing is 2008-306, but the resolution right here,
The new one.
2025-321, and that's a new resolution.
I didn't see this one at the back, my bad.
So it's a new resolution.
Yeah, it has a number though.
Yeah, but that's because it came through Land and Natural.
Motion for resolution, motion to, for resolution 25-21.
We already mentioned.
Yeah, he just
Second.
read it. Go ahead, read your
Okay.
hand, Chris.
I'll start with the 1, 2, 3, the fourth whereas, and only the recommendations that were added. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is authorized to promulgate and enforce ordinances for the maintenance of law and order, and to safeguard the peace and morals of the general welfare of the tribe pursuant to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Constitution and bylaws, Article 4, Section K, Section 1, K, and M. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council has ensured the RSU ordinance number 82-01 created the
Rosebud Sioux Tribe's Land and Natural Resource Committee to develop and coordinate all aspects of natural resources of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And whereas the duties of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resource Committee RSC Ordinance number 82-01 sections A, A, and K includes developing tribal policy relating to natural resources development protections in all tribal lands and rights of ways and other related tribal property rights to develop. And on the next page, approximately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
At the bottom,
11.
they're taking out something.
Yeah, they've stricken out a lot of whereases, but if you go to 11 whereases later on the third page, the third whereas we get another amendment, which is the RSC Land and Natural Resources Committee approves the recommendation of the solo for approval of a conditional use with this action. So, therefore, be resolved.
Any question? Discussion?
I just have a question. On the first page, it strikes a part on that bottom whereas recognize the interim zoning of then. And then on the third page that Chris just read in, it acknowledges the zoning of a natural resource conservation zone. So I'm confused as to what we're doing in there. Are we striking the zones or are we allowing them?
The zone is on the map.
I know, but that whereas that I just said, you're striking the recognize the interim zoning of them. So then nothing would be zoned if you're striking that. So then why would we be referencing a zone later in the resolution?
Where's the second zoning reference?
Where's the second zoning reference?
Towards the bottom of
Second
page
zoning
1.
reference is on page 3 that he just read in. The RSD Land and Natural Resources Committee approves the recommendation of the Truancy for approval of a conditional use within the established natural resource conservation. And I'm just wondering because that natural resource conservation zone is underneath a very specific ordinance and it has certain things that you have to follow. There's permits, there's waivers, there's fees, things like that. And so if we're going to waive all that by striking it, it doesn't make sense to then reference it. I'm just confused.
So the only thing that would stay zoned is the conservation area, and that would be like in this black and white, would be covered in white. Everything else would end up being used for residential and approved by Solo to issue the home sites.
So the reason why I'm asking is because this land was specifically zoned when it was purchased. There was a protected area along the water that has a buffer zone on either side, which Redco has infringed upon illegally because they have not amended the zoning, but it's our entity, so that's why I think we haven't done anything with it. So the reason why I'm asking is the rest of the land, there's a 40-acre piece that was zoned specifically for beef business or whatever it's called, and then the rest of it was left agricultural so that we could still make money by leasing out the land. So now, if we're going to strike that first part of that first one that I said, all of those zones go away. So then, if there's no more zoning in there, why are we then going back and referencing a natural resource conservation zone that we just took out? Is no longer in existence.
Eric, can you respond to that?
This is what the committee wanted to modify that conservation zone. There's another resolution, and I got the original resolution is what the secretary's office, I mean the draft one I did. The other one, which this one modified, established the conservation zone and this leased area within the conservation zone, and both the ordinance and the resolution permit council to modify any zone area and change its designation. That's the intent of this resolution. To change just that area where the lease is going to be, to take it out of that conservation zone. It's not clear because that other resolution should have been attached to the copies, and I can get that for you if you need further clarification. You're not rezoning it. Yeah, you're basically taking it out of the conservation zone and making it residential or commercial, whatever the use is for the lease.
Can you point out where it says that? Because I just see the part where it's still allowing conditional use under the natural resource.
Let me get the other resolution.
Is it 306 because it's attached to the back?
Oh, it should be in there then. It is in there.
Cowboy, can you give me that?
Sure. Sorry for all my questions, but I missed this last meeting when I was at the hospital for family stuff. The previous conversation that we had regarding this was that the home sites would go through the process that home sites already go through. And so that's why I was just a little bit thrown off that we're changing all the zones and everything. Just wanting clarification. Because this doesn't clarify that.
Address it to Eric, he's answering you.
Well, if you want further clarification, I can redraft it. I try to make it clear that the least area is the area of the conservation zone that's being taken out of that zone and be designated for a different purpose.
Yes.
Wait, can you explain me where it's redesignated? That's the part that I'm missing.
The map, I said, in
Oh, wait,
white
it's the resolution.
reserves the conservation zone. The rest of it in gray or dark gray would still be able to be used for residential at this time.
Is there anyone else that doesn't understand it? Are the rest of you understanding?
No building in white,
Yeah.
building in dark gray.
So if there's no other questions, I call
Tribal
for
members
the
will live here.
question, Sherry. All in favor? Opposed?
What?
Not voting?
What? Oh, 40 years, yeah.
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 All right, motion carried. Next.
So next up, part of it, we're gonna have the CDC, we're looking to talk. Side here.
What?
So, Mike and Matt, you please come up.
Mike Gray, shop. New York, on New Grace on I'll do not bet choose up a little. Good to see everybody. My name is Mike Gray. I'm the executive director for the Jungle CDC. Really glad to be here with y'all today. We'll keep it kind of brief and any questions happy to answer, but mostly wanted to give a chance for a few team members that are left to introduce themselves, and then I'll just give a high level what the CDC does, kind of where it started from, and work that we all do. So again, I'm Mike.
Yeah, I'm Deputy Matt Wilson, much up well. I talked earlier.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm Matt Wilson. I'm the deputy director. Before this, I was a food supply initiative director for a number of years in the Alamo community. And right now, I want to shout out to our food team who's been putting food away with me for lunch. It was amazing.
It was great.
I'll next thing to call up our health initiative director and our food sovereignty initiative director.
And if you brought some with you.
Oh, there's plenty of food. So.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tina Blackfeather, the Changa Health Initiative Director. Karen Lawrence, Changa Sovereignty Initiative Director.
The CDC, I started working with this organization with Sichonguko in 2015 when it was just Redco and the Food Sovereignty Initiative was just getting off the ground. I started on flying through. And throughout the time, started with our food sovereignty team, and then in 2019 was the idea to stand up Sichongu CDC as a separate 501c3 organization. It's not a chartered entity of the tribe the way Redco is, but it is incorporated under tribal law. It's not a state approved nonprofit. It is incorporated through tribal law, which I think is important. Something that we wanted to do as a kind of expression of sovereignty in that way. And then one of the main reasons, there's kind of two different things. Redco at the time really understood that to do economic development, there also needed to be a community development aspect. You can't just stand businesses up, but not also improve people's living conditions. Otherwise, you don't have a good customer base. That's just good business. So the better your schools are, the better access people have to food, the stronger their housing is. All of that helps build an economy. And it's really kind of the baseline for what a strong economy is. But the next level, even beyond that, is operating here in Sichongu country. It has to be reflective of the values of the community. So Lakota culture, language, spirituality, all these pieces are things that the organization found to be important and saw the CDC as a way to do some of that ground up family-based work out in the communities. And that's really where the CDC comes from. So this morning you heard from Sage in our immersion school, K through 5 immersion school, 48 students, founded back in 2019. We also have our food sovereignty initiative, Karen heads up, and who provided the meal. Recently partnered with Wolakota, the Bison range, to do some of the bison distributions out in the communities. Was really glad to be able to assist in that way and take a program where I went after federal funding that would pay local producers for local produced foods. So we were able to actually pay the range, Bison range, full cost for animals, but turn around and actually be able to provide meat for free out in the communities. And to me, that's kind of the best example of what Sichongu Co. can do. Take all these different legal mechanisms and make it work for the community. Make sure that the people who need help or can be served actually can be helped. So proud of our food team really for being responsive. They kind of put down all their other responsibilities for the month and made sure that we could do routes to all 20 of the communities and actually be there to distribute meat for people when snack cuts were coming. And then our health initiative, Tennille heads up that, really is focused on family wellness and household wellness. How do we give people basic tools and support to live their best and healthiest lives? So whether that's positive kinship relations and kind of social emotional wellness with people, whether that's diet and access to good healthy foods, physical activity, language, spirituality, culture, what is it that people need to be their best, healthiest selves now, but also for generations to come. I'm excited to see where the health program goes this year. I'll let Karen and Tennille talk a little bit about, you heard from Sage this morning, but talk about their specific programs. Some exciting stuff coming up this year. This is the CDC's 7th year of existence, which I think is exciting. Somebody had mentioned before, to me, a teaching of, every 7 years, kind of a change in the personal life, like a growth or something like that. And as an organization, I think we've done a lot of growing up in the last 7. Are excited for what's to come next. I think you saw this morning at the school a demonstration of what's possible when we stay committed to some of these ideas. And I'm looking forward to seeing that going forward. And then the last thing I would share is, I'm pretty grateful to be able to stand here and talk in front of you all. Through work, I have the opportunity to go all over the country, kind of bringing partners or resources back to do the work in the community. And Sichongu Co. can be complicated or complex and hard to navigate sometimes. But the flip side that a lot of people outside of the community have shared back is other tribes have said they wish that they have some of what Rosebud has, and really see Rosebud as a leader in the different things that have been started, whether it's SGU and the college and really one of the first tribal universities in the country, and moving some of that forward. Pieces that TLE had done when it was formed, and Sichongu Co. is pretty unique. A lot of tribes have really echoed back that they wish they had a body similar to how Glenn and the businesses supporting the community growth. So I just wanted to share that with y'all that we get a lot of and admiration from people throughout the country, the work that's happening here. Our food sovereignty initiative is an internationally recognized program. It's one of 10 awardees of a Vision Prize for the future of food, global future of food. Rosebud is one of the leaders in food sovereignty work that's happening internationally. That's pretty impressive. And I think something that our kids at our school know day in and day out. That's kind of the reality that they're growing up in. We need to share it with y'all. There's really good things happening here. A lot of challenges, always. But I think some amazing things happening here in Rosebud and Sichongu country. So I'll pass it to Neil or just click on maybe the highlights from last year and pieces going forward for this year. And then Karen as well. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, so I started in May, so upon starting, I had to hit the ground running with our youth summer recreation and or mentorship and outdoor recreation program. So with that, we partnered with the Boys and Girls Club, and within this is a chance to invest in the youth. And so with that, we have day camps. We do life skill education with them. But the majority of what we're going to focus on is outdoor recreation. So for this upcoming year, we'll have stuff like we'll be taking them on hikes. So the foundation of this is to focus on tradition, right? So within this, we focus on traditional gaming. So we have the kids doing like lacrosse, things like that. We have other games like spear, archery, and then we got a generous donation, and so we were able to get additional equipment, and so we got kayaks and things like that, outdoor camping equipment, and so that's what we'll be focusing on this next summer. That's the only thing that I was able to get off the ground yet so far. So the other programs that will be under Health Initiative will be the birthing initiative, which we just got funding for. And then we will have the Dakota Foodways, and that's where we will go and assist people with home gardens to promote food sovereignty. And then, missing one, health coaching, okay. And then health coaching, that one we will be relaunching, and that one is going to be a 9-month program. And so those will all be getting started pretty soon here. And then basically what we're going to focus on within health initiative is just reinvesting in the people. I feel like this is a good opportunity. Also, with the birthing program, we're going to be creating an advisory committee. And so with that, we're going to have up to 7 members on there. They're going to help us create a birthing initiative for the people here. As you know, we don't have labor and delivery here. When ours closed down, we are in dire straits when it comes to our expecting mothers. And so we're trying to find a way to navigate through that. So this following year, we're going to be focusing on listening sessions, things like that, to get a chance to hear what people have to say, to hear what the people are going through. And then we're going to be networking with other healthcare providers, and then just trying to create a system to where the families, we're going to take care of the whole family when it comes to this initiative. So we'll invest in the whole family. With that, we'll be doing like just trying to get people back into like traditional food. We'll do birthing kits, mothers. And then let's see. So along with that, with our youth program, we are in need of elders. So the elders have a chance to join us, whether it be at the day camps or just at the Boys and Girls Club. We are really trying to provide like a lot of the traditional ways along with the school and along with what everybody else is doing, just to really invest in the kids and create that leadership. And to me, this is our way of investing in the future and kind of thinking 7 generations ahead. And so that is going to be our main focus for a lot of this programming. And one of it.
Okay. Any questions?
Any questions?
Are you taking questions now, or should we wait till the end, Madam Chair?
We'll wait till the end.
Yeah,
Want to let Karen go and then we could do
Okay,
questions?
go ahead, Karen.
Okay, cool. So this year was the 11th year that Sichonga Food Sovereignty has been around. And the start of our season, it felt kind of slow. In keeping with being stewards of the land, we gave the Kiawak Hollow Garden that's located behind Turtle Creek kind of a rest, focused more on seed saving efforts. And we kind of took a pause too because we're in the middle of an expansion from our current 1 acre to just under 8 acres. And so yeah, the garden kind of slowed down a little bit. But it feels kind of like it was meant to be due to how busy we got with the Relatives Feeding Relatives food distribution program. That started out with providing food boxes of fresh produce and buffalo from Dakota. So at first we had like 113 families, I think, every month. And then as other people from Sichonga have mentioned, we quickly pivoted back to focus just on buffalo distributions to folks in the 20 communities last month. And it was a huge hit. We still have people reaching out for buffalo distributions, which is great. Let's see what else. This was also I always get my math wrong on this, but the 6th or 7th year of the Sichonga harvest markets. And those are weekly, May through end of September. And for those, we provide free booths to local vendors who want to sell their own products, whether it be food, art, hot food. We also provide space for resource booths. Tribal programs want to come and set up, share more about the work that they're doing. This Saturday will be our last winter market of this year, and that will be at the SQ Commons Room from 11 to 1, I believe, which y'all are invited to come check it out. It's always a good time. Let's see what else. Oh, for internships, this was the last year that we hosted the Waiuchaya Ichaga Day apprenticeship, which was a 6-month apprenticeship for 5 local adults to come in and learn kind of how to start their own home production. We also provided financial literacy trainings, other trainings. We went on farm tours to kind of see or like give inspiration for our apprentices to see how big they could dream starting out in their own backyard. And this year was the last year that we had the funding for that. But now we're focusing on our second cohort of the local foods capacity program. And so that's kind of the next step for apprentices that we had in the WIC program to move into the local foods where they're more established. And we'll provide financial assistance to help them grow their production by 15 to 20% in one season. Other activities that we hosted, events that we hosted this year was the 2nd annual Tortorez, which is fun with planning, but it's a very long day of just driving around to different gardens and farms to see what local people are already doing here on Rosebud. And in October, we hosted our 3rd annual Sichonga Food Summit, which is just a one-day event to bring together producers, knowledge holders. Again, resources are always welcome at our events to share that information. And the Sichonga Food Summit, we have sessions. We also provide a free meal to the community using as many local and indigenous ingredients as possible, which is always, we always eat so well. And now we're kind of focusing on rest and relaxation and planning for the next year because we can't really grow too much in December. So
Yeah, that's kind of where we're at now. I would say, next year, we're looking at our second cohort of local foods capacity program participants, continuing on with the Keowapala garden expansion. Excuse me. And boosting our farm to school sales with the immersion school. So we have a goal of 25% of our sales from the garden going to the immersion school this next year.
Have Emily and Schultz.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm gonna sit because I have a couple questions and I was trying to be quick for them. So the first thing I want to say is I'm sorry if this comes across as like a criticism, because I want to first start with, like, I think you guys all do amazing work. The impact in the community, you can see it grow every single year. I just want to start by prefacing that I think you're capable of the criticism. That's what I'm going to give it. It's not really criticism, but it's just more or less sitting in this seat, and I still consider myself new to council because this is my first term and I'm still learning. I still feel like there's a big disconnect between our tribe as the governing body, right? Our tribe as our people, and then you guys over there that are doing amazing work. And the reason why I say that is because to hear all this amazing thing that's going on, I feel like we shouldn't just know about that once a year. I feel like it would be a lot more meaningful and effective and efficient at meeting the needs of our people if we collaborated more. And I understand there's probably history there. There was probably, council's too slow, they take too long, let's just go on our own. Like, I get that it probably started with really good intentions, right? But to sit here, like, for example, and hear about, I don't know, the healthcare stuff. Like, if you were able to come to a health board meeting and sit with all of the other tribal entities that are having the same exact conversations and see exactly how we could make better use of all our resources instead of possibly duplicating efforts, or because in that way it almost looks across like, hey, I can do it better than you, I'm going to do it better over here, versus I've identified a need, we need support, we need help, let's work together as a team and meet this need for our people, versus, hey, I'm going to race you to it. You know what I mean? Not saying that's what you're doing, but sometimes that's what it comes across as for things like, I don't know, housing even. We heard, hey, Redco has a really big grant. They're going to be building walls for housing, and that's amazing. But if you're not sitting at our housing meetings, or if you're not sitting at any of these other meetings, how are we really sure that that's the next phase, or that's the most appropriate use of our grant funds if we don't collaborate and communicate? So I just wanted to preference, how do we address that without coming across like, hey, you have to come here, or we have to go there, like I said earlier, I don't think it needs to be like a mandatory authority power trip, but more of a, how do we work together as being Lakota and all working towards the same goals? Okay, so that was my first thing. The second thing is, I have a couple comments on the food sovereignty initiative. I think it's amazing to see what it literally started from to now what it is. I think it's amazing. Like, people look to us for an example. That's amazing. I just wanted to plant a little seed that maybe the work that we're doing with the youth, and maybe the work that they're doing with the ag and the land, and then if we expand that into the tribal side and involve the rest of our land and environment things, is how do we manage land as Lakota, right? Like, how do we get better at doing that? How do we involve our people in that? How do we have hands-on classrooms? How do we identify? And what I'm getting to is there's more to food sovereignty than just the garden. That's the first step. That's so important. People have to know how food grows and all that. But we also have a garden all around us. Our ancestors had grasslands that fed us for generations and generations. So to see the buffalo come back is amazing. To see the tinsel come back, that's amazing. But I think we might be able to partner with TIPO, or might be able to partner with others to not only identify what those native foods were for our food sovereignty, but then identify how to protect them and utilize them and do exactly what you're doing and get them back to our people. So I just wanted to plant that little seed about a little bit more collaboration in that. Oh gosh, I lost my train of thought. Anyway, my other questions are kind of more in general to maybe Clay. So I don't know if it's you guys, but my last closing question is about where we are with the audit and that kind of stuff. So I don't know if that, I'll save that for Clay. But thank you.
We have Totes and then Ben.
What I'm about to say too is kind of piggybacking off what she has to say. You guys are doing amazing things. We have tribal programs some of the tribal programs doing amazing things too. We have a Dakota Tiwahe Center, childcare, the FACE program, Marlies White Hat. They're all doing the birthing thing also. So maybe if we can collaborate with them. And Bud, you mentioned something earlier. I think you guys have so much going for you and amazing things. I think we should all start working with the schools and there are a lot that want to be ranchers, there are a lot that want to be farmers, there are a lot that want to work in the gardens, a lot that want to cook. Let's start reaching out to them and let's start preparing them, because St. Francis is doing it in some areas, but let's do it in all areas, because there's kids that are good at anything and everything, but we don't reach them. So maybe start a program, start working with the kids and letting them come in and start looking towards the future with all this stuff. And then and then I have questions. Wait, thank you.
I want to beat, they said the same thing I was going to say and stuff too, so it's really kind of bad. I don't want to, I guess keep hindering it, I suppose, but, I guess for me, and again too, I wouldn't be doing my job if I wouldn't be, asking these questions, because again, we were elected by the people in these communities, and this is what they would want also. So, but for me, I think, the communication is one of the biggest things, like some of my colleagues have mentioned. It's out there in the public when we hear stuff, it's more like, what is Redco doing? What are they about? Why are these people over there or then over here doing stuff? So those are just some of the things that we hear. And then of course, when we see stuff or even actually acknowledge the stuff that you do for the communities. So right now I'm really happy that you're able to do the Buffalo distribution, which is great. Because again, in the past, when I was growing up, but maybe about 20 years ago, I suppose you can say, it was hard to even get buffalo, and again, at that time, they said buffalo is a lot more healthier than the actual beef, because again, diabetes is one of the biggest things. So right now, it's abundancy right now. So I don't know, and I'm glad that people actually went after their stuff. But again, as far as some of the programs that come here and report, it's really tough to say this is what they're doing out there when we only hear you once a year. I heard you last year, I think it was, and it was just Clay that came, I think it was last year with the report. I'm glad you guys are here. I thought you guys were able to feed us. It was great. But I guess with the food initiative, I'm thinking that, with a lot of situations that going on with the federal government, I would like to see probably maybe like, eggs, milk, basic stuff that, or even some of the entities would give out as far as like SNAP benefits type deal. So, and then also, I'm glad you guys went to all the 20 communities, but when you come down here to Rosebud, Spring Creek, Truancy, St. Francis, all that area, we don't know too much of what's happening there. So that's why it's kind of tough for us to say, well, what is Redco doing over here? I'm not sure, So we have a lot of people there, but I would like to see probably a flow chart about what you guys are doing, so that way we have an understanding of what we can relay to the public about what you guys are doing, the amazing things that you're doing, especially with the funding. It's a little difficult for me to say, when you guys go out to that funding and you come in here and you guys are doing what you guys are doing, but we don't know what's happening. And who's it benefiting? Is it benefiting our tribe? Is it benefiting just the organization? A lot of these other organizations, like my colleagues have said, they have been, I guess focused on youth, also focused on our elders. But we're not going to be here forever. That's one of my biggest things. We're not going to be here forever. But what we I guess plant here should happily help sustain our younger generation. So our youth is always one of the biggest things. But right now, it's really tough because, again, our youth are kind of lost right now. And I'm glad the things that you guys are doing, it's great, but we need to bring that bigger. So, because a lot of in my community, it's really hard, because a lot of our younger generation is out there. They don't know what to do. They don't know what to look forward to. But if we have these programs that can help them, it would be beneficial. And again, from some of these, I guess some of the reports that we've gotten, 5 kids compared to 44,000 tribal members. That's just maybe not even a fraction. That's not even, but we have other people out there. So I'm glad you guys are doing it. And it's, for 7 years, it's a great opportunity, but we need to really be focused back on our communities to make sure our kids are getting that information and be able to get that resources to help them develop into better adults, safety-wise, as far as what they're doing in the communities. So that's just my take on this. And again, too, I don't want to beat it too much. I know we've been here all day doing this thing. So I do appreciate you guys coming and thank you guys for giving me a report. I look forward to probably next year to see where you guys are at. Maybe even quarterly, 6 months, because again, this is great opportunity in all these aspects. And I'm glad that you guys we're here to do this stuff. So again, the people out there are looking to see what you guys are doing, and I'm sure you get a lot of phone calls and maybe a lot of questions about what's happening. So, but again, thank you guys for coming, and I appreciate that. And that's all I have to add. Thank you.
Like,
for your presentation. And, I just want to always say that, you know, as a tribe, and I look at, sitting here and I look at what we consist of with our tribal flag, everything that we all represent, always remember where this is all birthed. Remember who helps. And I know a lot of our people who probably supported a lot of the projects that are done, some aren't here anymore. And, you know, those are the things that make us stronger. And, you know, it's really, it's good. We're all going off of making our nation stronger. We're making our tribe stronger, but we need to see more of you. We need to see you. And I'm saying that not just because I sit here. No, it's because I see us once in a while, but we have to learn to work together. It's a big challenge. You know, the tribe, we share knowledge and we want to build a capacity to make our future, our 7th generation future stronger. And I see that with what's happening. And, you know, maybe at some point, you know, Redco, all of you guys, what all you're doing can do I'm sitting here trying to be creative in my mind about becoming bigger and better, is getting together with our tribal programs. Let's sit down and let's work with them, the tribal organizations and with your people, and let's see how much further we can get. Because a lot of I think we've come a long way. We have a solid foundation, very solid. And now we're up to this morning, what we saw with these kids. That is breathtaking. And where we at next? We brought some of our ancestors home. Let's always remember them, because they are a part of us. We didn't all just do this because we wanted to one day. No, it's for a huge purpose. And I'm going to ask you guys to support our tribal programs however you can when we have something happening. And that's the only way I see us progressing. And a lot of times our people at home, our elders, and just, you know, maybe young people are at home, stay home moms, stay home dads. Maybe go out there, and if you have pamphlets or something, just take them out to the communities, pass them out at home. We're not a type of people, I'm not going to say, hey, you know, what are you guys doing? You know, I'm not that type of person. I'll just be like, oh, I wonder if they have any pamphlets back there or something, you know. We're not very direct like that, but anything to educate our people. That's what we lack. We lack it here as a tribe. And we lack it with all this technology. Blows my mind. It blows my mind that we're not connected in a better. That's a challenge to us, and is probably one for you as well. How do we bring this together? How can we make it better? Because there are things on here, you know, like even in the summertime, our kids don't have nothing to do. You know, they don't have anything to do. And that's all of our problem. That's every one of us' problem. And, you know, I'm looking at how are we going to centralize these things. I left and I went to visit my granddaughters, and we took them bowling. My Takoja, she's 4. She's really good at it. And I was sitting in a facility up there. There was nobody in it. And there was all these lanes, pizza place, and there was a little arcade, and they had a casino on that side, and I was like, wow, all this money we have and we can't have nothing like this for our kids. You know, everybody wants to have credit. You know, oh, we did this. No, I did this. No, those guys did it. They did it. No, we, you know, When it comes to these children, it's us. And I really hope that somewhere we can see, because I always think about those children that were brought home. I think about them when I'm sitting here. I pray and I'm like, show us, show me, you know? And I think about that. We came from abuse. We were beaten, killed, you know, but we're still here. And our kids, when they sang that song this morning, it made me think about that. You know, we were all kids at one time. You know, we had fun being creative, but it's different for them now. It's not safe. But if we have a place where we can make this happen with all of us, I'm sure we can do it. Like, who was it that said if they tax? Oh, Sage, he said if we tax the loaf of bread 2 cents, he could run that school for a year. Something that small, but it could add up. So those are my thoughts, you know, sitting here, and I really appreciate the work that you guys are doing and learning about taking our people back to respecting ourselves and taking care of ourselves as an individual Lakota human being. That's what this is all about. And that won't take money. It doesn't take money to tell each other about, hey, you know what? You really did good. You know, hey, our kids need to hear that. One thing I was asking for, and I don't think we have the money again, but we need a campaign that says the Black Hills are not for sale and never will be. I want to see our little kids wearing those t-shirts, all of us. You know, they're t-shirts, but they say something. You know, a campaign like that or something. Wherever they go, you know, that message has to be put out, because if that ever happens, if our Black Hills are ever taken, we're nothing. You know, so that's a part of the future. You know, how can we add on that? I was hoping to, you know, see how we could find something, but I want to add that to this stuff. You know, talking about our land base and everything is. So, you know, thank you. And I'm proud of the work that and the bringing together the minds. And that's what, you know, our ancestors wanted. And, you know, going out there and being good relatives, it's a challenge, you know. We're the way we are because we survived something horrendous. But, you know, we're good at not helping each other, but we got to get better. And, you know, just my cousin goes to that Kewakbala, the food thing. Man, it's nice, you know. So we're seeing things, real positive things. But, you know, I'm worried about what's coming here. They might not have the EBT again. January, they're already starting and talking about it, so we need to get ahead on that. So I appreciate everything and thanks for cooking for us. That was good.
Sure. Thank you guys for coming. I appreciate you being here. Thanks for the work you do. Thank you, Karen. I know that you lost your mom 2 weeks ago, and regardless of that, you still kept your team going. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to get you emotional. I just want to recognize that. Thank you for showing up for us today. I know Cole Ayatt was here, and he just recently lost his mom, and my husband was here to present as well, and his mom is sick in the hospital right now. So thank you for showing up today to share with the council and let us know all the good things that you all have been doing. Thank you for what you said in your opening speech, Mike. I think it's really important that the council needs to understand that in the past, in order to build these businesses and for these businesses to be successful, the biggest trials that we were having, because I was at Redco then too, was where are we going to find these workers at? Who's going to fill these positions? So then the workforce development portion had to be created. All these pieces that exist now today within Redco come because there was a need and a purpose for them. Because there was a gap in our services, in our workforce here, in our human capital. We didn't have the people that were educated in these specific areas. So a lot of things that you all are doing, not just on the CDC side, the Tatanka Fund side, or the enterprise side, the Redco side, they're all being done from scratch. They're all people, our own people, learning how to operate, manage businesses. So I'm very proud of all of you. You're going to stumble, you're going to have scrutiny, and it's not going to be perfect, but you're pulling the trigger and you're making it happen. And I applaud you all for that. All of the constructive criticism, all of the feedback, I know what this ecosystem's like. I know what you're going to do with it. You're going to take it and you're going to make yourself better. That's what you've always done. So I'm very proud of you for that, and I'm very thankful for all of the work that you're doing. I do know that you work with our programs. I know that the 7Gen internship, I know that the Tatanka Funds construction internship, they all worked with 477. 477 helped elevate those programs. I know that you guys have worked with TechRo and several other programs. I do know that a lot of the efforts that Redco has had have come to a halt because of restrictions within funding from our tribal programs. So I want to say thank you for all of that. And to the council today, I want to say that there's a lot of issues that we have that we can solve here. We let a motion die and get sent back and never come back here. We're talking about funding. The council who originally proposed the cannabis ordinance, the marijuana ordinance, proposed a actual listing of ideas on what we can fund with the cannabis luxury tax. Language was one of them. I know the police department, health and safety was another. So those are things that we need to revisit here in order to continue to support the work that this arm is doing for us. I also, want to say that when it comes to our language and our culture, we did allocate Lakota preservation funds to one of our own programs. We need to do more for all these other language programs that exist and all these other efforts that are there. And when it comes to funding, we talked about at the training that we had for council, we had a really good discussion, and I wish everybody was there. Because we talked about how us here in this room, our minds are restrained to what type of jobs that we can offer because we are constricting ourselves to what federal requirements allow. So this organization is showing us and leading us in a way where they're showing us that without federal restrictions or grant guidelines, look at the positions they're creating. And we can do that too as a tribe with our general account money. We can reassess some of the money that we're spending now and turn around and reallocate it to serve our needs. When we're talking about the schools, we're talking about all these initiatives that we have and that we would like to see. When I always say we need to put our money where our mouth is, that's what we need to do. And maybe sometimes we don't know how to do that or what we need, but that's when we lean on these entities. So I just want to say thank you for that. I appreciate all the hard work that you do, and thank you so much for stepping up when people were scared that they were going to go hungry. It made a big difference, and it really impacted our people. It showed us how we think that we're super reliant on the government, but yet we have entities, organizations, and community members who are willing to help support our tribe and our tribal membership. So I appreciate everything that you've done. I really hope that the birthing center is something that goes forward, especially with the state of our hospital. That is really showing the lack of federal guidelines, how federal guidelines do not meet our needs here as Lakota people. I do know that it's not easy work and it's not going to happen overnight, but I do want to thank you all for all your hard work and coming to present to us today. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's talk about
Yeah,
next.
okay.
Let's do that.
Thank you all. Thanks for that feedback.
We have, St. Francis waiting to come on. Come on, come on, George, speak.
Short and sweet, right? Good afternoon, Charlie Cole. I'm at Johnson. We are a small team of 3. We are mighty. So I'm the program manager, Natasha, third loan officer, and we have Mercedes. Earlier today, I handed out a written report for all of you. I'm just gonna go over some of the highlights. 2023 to present. 2023 is when Spot Fund really took off with our loans and our classes. We do loans for small business, agriculture, and consumer. We do technical assistance for local areas, financial literacy, and higher education. We do small business startup training. We partnered with the Rosebud Sioux tribe to do down payment assistance. CIA housing improvement program category B, and we do housing counseling. So the last year, things have grown significantly. We've done 2.1 million in loans to 333 borrowers, small business, agriculture, and consumer. We've had numerous 6 trainings a month. The down payment assistance, there's kind of a review in there for you guys to look over in our classes. We host in person, online, and we do one-on-one. So we've had 380 community members that have taken our classes. So that's kind of a high-level overview. If anybody has any questions, sure.
I actually would just like you to talk a little bit about the HIP program, the category D, please.
Okay. The CIA HIP program for category D. People get it really confused. Kathy's office has A and B, and the consequence is D. So it's down payment assistance for tribal members who are going to the home ownership. It's 20,000 or 15% of the purchase price, whatever is cheaper. There are income guidelines on it. And a lot of times with all the down payment assistance you see, it's really hard to get people qualified because of income guidelines. And you always have to go by HUD. Working with economic development and SRD, Sarah, Shelley, means now Herman, and Andre Janine, two regional directors, were able to kind of go around some of those guidelines. And each county has a median income that you cannot surpass, so you don't qualify. So the state is actually higher. And so now we're able to use that state. So Ben here with 4 kids and 5 grandchildren, he can make more money and still qualify. So that's been really great. We've had a lot of interest in it. There's a lot of really neat housing initiatives happening right now. KOS, Redco, the tribe doing the 100 Home Initiative. SWA is getting the house built picked out. So, yeah.
Emily.
Oh,
Sherry,
sorry.
are you still
Sorry, Charlie. I was just curious as to how many to date have been able to access the fund. Okay. Yeah. I should have been there. We've been out. There's been 78 inquiries, 46 applications were distributed. 11 applications are pending with 1 or 2 final lender requirements. 7 applications have been fully approved and are waiting closing, and 2 applications have been closed and received full funding. Awesome. Thank you.
Good, Chair. Thank you. Not so much a question for Charlie, but a statement that I want to make is, to talk with funds always kind of gets just like, all they're talking about credit and boring stuff. And, but that boring stuff really impacts our economy horribly because a lot of our young people, they're raised with money trauma. And in the industry of CDFIs, that's what we call it, trauma of money. And that comes from the way we were all raised here. What happened to our people historically. And I was told by an elder from the Horse Creek community that their family didn't need money till the 1950s. That's pretty recent. So some families haven't been utilizing money since the 1950s, until the 1950s. And what did that do to us? That impacted our family structure. And money is, we don't talk about that. Do we have enough money for this? Don't ask those questions. Those are things that are being taught to our kids, not by all families, but by a lot. And growing up in poverty, we don't have these, we don't have our young people learning about money. So what's happening? They're graduating from high school and they're immediately going into debt. And right there, they can't get a house, they can't get a car, or they have no credit. So where I'm going with this is us as a legislative body need to amend our education code to make sure that specific financial literacy classes for our youth are included in there. Currently, right now, Todd County, their financial literacy course is, when I looked at my niece's report card, they're learning macro and microeconomics, which is good, but that's not financial literacy. And they need basic things, balancing a checkbook, how to maintain good credit, how do you start your credit. You could start your children's credit before they're 18. You could start building some good rapport with the banks or small CDFIs. And that impacts us as an economy in a huge way, because that means we have young people coming up who can't afford to purchase houses, buy cars, start businesses. And if we start really giving a big push for entrepreneurship, because right now, there are tons of business people here that have great, wonderful ideas. They have bad credit or no credit. And some of that comes from the olden days when a parent got somebody's phone bill in their kid's name because they didn't pay their bill and they have bad credit and have had it since. There's a lot of things that are out there that impact us from growing as a nation, and Tatanka Funds can really be a powerhouse for our tribe, but we don't give it the attention that it needs. Right now, it's still emerging, it's still small, but it has the potential to grow and really impact lives in a good way. So when Tatanka Funds comes and they present, we're always like, oh yeah, they did this and that, and they host classes and they have loans. There's more deeper roots when it comes to that. And it's something that we really need to start ingraining into our young people at an early age, and even helping people recover and do credit rebuilder programs. It's something that we need in order to have a stronger economy. Because we always say this, Redco can't own all the businesses, the tribe can't own all the businesses, and we shouldn't. The people need to start being able to have those businesses. And that also comes with our job here. We need to start doing more here as well. One last thing that I want to say is the HIT Category D funding that we do have is limited because we do not have the current Category D funds. Tatanka Funds has what wasn't expended in what? 23. So if they're successful, the council should consider giving them the other Category D funds. And we can bring that through Economic Development Committee. Thank you, Charlie.
And I'd like to add that our curriculum for homebuyer education and for financial literacy, one is for adults and families and one's for teens and youth. They're all native based. Our curriculum with the financial literacy, we partnered with Lisa, it's their curriculum. And whether you take the adult or the kid or the homebuyer education, it really resonates with our people, our different, because we're unique, we're a lot of different plans and it's not wrong. Yeah. We usually do the youth financial literacy during the summer. So you have to watch our Facebook page. Our website is currently in construction.
Motion to accept Redco's report.
Charlie, I got a question that somebody asked me on the phone here.
Okay.
If your program is capable of rebuilding credit for individual tribal members,
how are you gonna build credit for majority of the tribal members that got bad credit from IHS not paying their bills?
Yeah, that's the problem.
Majority of the tribal members got bad credit from IHS not paying bills. My wife back there's got an $800 bill. IHS won't pay for it now, she's on a bad credit. How are you gonna repair that?
So we can't repair it, but we can help the client negotiate and go through the process. So like, especially with IHS, and I can't talk about anyone else, so I'll talk about myself. My daughter was flown out and I've got $58,000 in medical bills that weren't paid. And for insurance, my insurance that we're lucky enough to have paid for the majority of it, but a little bit IHS was because I haven't. And so it takes me getting those bills from Sanford and you gotta walk them down there. It's gotta keep pushing and keep pushing. We can't do anything about IHS, you guys can. You know what I mean? But we can help them with the process on how to move.
Motion by Sherry to accept Redco's report. I need a second. Michelle, question, Chris, all in favor? Oh, I forgot Emily, I'm sorry.
I just had questions for Clay. The first one is, can you give us an update on the status audit or the audit status?
It's almost done. One thing that's holding it up is when that SRVP got transferred to us and it should have been handed it back. That's what's holding it up. Or LJ is working on it. It's close, so.
And it's just the 1 year?
Got to move on to the next. I mean, but we're
So
ready.
how many years are we still behind?
We'll do 23 and then 24. We're ready for 24 on that. Just this thing's, we weren't expecting that to.
And then real quickly, how often does the Redco board meet? Or like how many in a year? How many meetings did we have this last year?
Last year, we meet quarterly now, so pretty much quarterly now.
So we met 4 times last year. How many times did we meet last year?
We're operating well. Well, I think it was once a month for a while, but we're then moving to quarterly starting here soon, so.
You don't know how many times Redco met?
It's probably in this last year, I'd say, there's a couple of times we didn't meet.
I know
probably.
I went, January, February, we went 2 in February, 2 in March. In April, I didn't go to any after my daughter passed. And I think we had 1 meeting during my bereavement time, and we started again in August.
Yeah, it was this year, I'd say it wasn't quite monthly, but I want to say at least 6 times.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to
We have
have
one here in October.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
from
we have
August
one
to
coming
October.
up in, a big one in December.
Thank you. I have a couple more, but I'll leave for later. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor? Approving the report.
16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Thank you, Redco. Shake hands. I'll get the same.
You're ready, John.
Thank you.
Gonna come to it more now. Very My community, this community, this community. All right.
It's like how they market to let it be.
9 businesses to go over. Elementary. And it's crap. They said maybe very much.
Yeah, I don't know for sure. They're making it more recreational. In and out.
Where's that? Right next to the highway or
You guys sit up and then I'll put it on there.
Five-minute break.
Hey, Kathy, Madam President, can we take a 5 minute?
Yeah, take 5 minutes while they set up the, PowerPoint.
They should go be or not.
Go do your thing.
Oh,
Good afternoon, council. We're very honored to be here in front of you, give our report. As we go through it, it's just an update of where we're at the school.
Thinks that means your time's up.
Yeah, and I won't take your time because I know you guys, it's been a long day. So basically, we're reworking our St. Francis Indian School strategic plan, vision and mission. We started that when I first got there in 2021, and we're on our second vision, mission, and strategic plan. Our strategic plan has changed from the first time we did it in 2021. We still are holding fast to our Lakota language and culture plan. We added career exploration. Our CTE has done a lot for the school and for the kids. It actually, for the first time, put our graduation rate at 74%, considering the state's graduation rate is at 46 for Native American students, so it tripled. We are looking a lot at student engagement and what works best in the classrooms, and then community partnerships so that we can continue to build a strong enrolled member. Here's our school board, our employee rep, our tribal rep, our officers, and the vacancy timeline. And everything that's here is on yours, so if you have any questions, just let me know. I'm going to have Troy talk about our advocacy efforts because he's the one in Washington, D.C. most of the time for us, helping us with our funding.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Troy Lunderman. I'm Chief Director of Government Affairs for St. Francis Indian School. So this is basically in the last 3 years, kind of our advocacy efforts for St. Francis. And I'll go through them kind of real quick with an explanation as to why. The first one was our J1 visa issue. What we had when we started fall of 21, we had close to 30 certified positions that were open, and we were getting certified teachers. One way we were able to fix that was through the J1 visa issue, and that's how we were to get our Filipino teachers that come highly qualified, doctor leveled, master leveled. With that is we had a cohort already here. The visa issue with the J1s is after you've extended them, you have to do a 2-year return back to the Philippines and actually start your H-1B process to come back over. We were having issues with that, so one of the ideas we had was to model after the Conrad 30 Act, and the Conrad 30 Act was what medical used in the late 80s. It was legislation that provided 30 visas to come over, so IHS had a couple, basically for rural areas. With that is the waiver that they didn't have to go home for 2 years. They were able to stay here and maintain employment and maintain services, so we wanted to model education after that. It did get bipartisan legislation. It was with, I believe, Senator Heinekamp out of New Mexico and, of course, Don Thune. It kind of took a standstill once Thune went to the Speaker of the House, but it's still there. They just haven't acted on it yet. The other thing within that process was having to go through DIE to the Interior, then to Immigration. And what we wanted to point out was that tribes needed to be the IGA, which is the interested government agency. So when we deal with visas and we have shortages of like doctors, teachers or whatnot, that the tribes can be able to request these waivers for foreign employees or foreign people coming over. So that's still in the works as well. Pay parity, of course, tribal controlled schools were the lowest compared to public schools and also bureau operated. Right now, we roughly get about 7,200 per pupil. Public schools is about 12 to 14,000, and then your bureau operated, Flandreau, Cheyenne River, and Pine Ridge are at 25 to 27,000 per student. The government retirement, right now the health benefits we can get, but our personal that the school uses is a lot better. But we are pushing for retirement for teachers because tribal control does the same work with the same type of kids that bureau operated does. So we're having them look at that, and it was actually part of Trump's big, beautiful bill in there for them to do a test after 30 days. The Interior is supposed to get back on looking at what does that look like as far as offering that type of retirement to our tribal controlled schools. Of course, increase in funding for transportation, operations management, and food services, because those are always shortfalls. What happens when those are shortfalls, we have to pull from ISEP. ISEP is strictly for curriculum and for students. But the government has said if you need to borrow from somewhere else, you can pull from ISEP. The only thing though is they don't put money back into it. So a good example would be in the fall or this winter time, if we have bus issues, we have to buy new buses or anything, we spend money from ISEP to pay that. Come January, we find a curriculum for our kids, but if we don't have the money in ISEP to buy it, there's nothing we can do. We're just out of luck. So we're looking more increase in those other departments, so we don't have to use ISEP. ISEP can be 100% used for the student. Now, of course, with those, if they are, then we're better than where we're at. But if not, we have to pull from ISEP. So, of course, we lobby for increases in ISEP as well. Next one would be our school resource officers. So St. Francis did have one. However, we had it through a COPS grant. Once Trump got into office, he cut the COPS grant. So that funding ended for us. There was a reimbursement through the PD that we were able to get our SRO. Once that funding stopped, we couldn't afford the SRO anymore, so we no longer have it. The reason for SROs, funding-wise, what I think is kind of concerning was when Parkland, Florida, had their shooting. After that was done, the government gave public schools money for school safety. Private schools got none. We were left out, fend for ourselves. So we're continuing to look for that. I know at TBIT, we put in some requests. What it looks like to get SROs in Indian country is going to be about $90 million. The big issue is the insurance that it has to carry to protect the police officer. Usually that ran through the PD. For a school to do it, it's really not feasible on our own at this point. So the ask is $90 million to have an SRO in, not just St. Francis, but for Indian country as well. I don't know Indian school that has an SRO right now. Next one would be the school construction backlog. So right now, with where St. Francis is at, we really need a middle school. We are packed. Middle school needs its own standalone building. Also, with our CTE program growing, it's going to need its own standalone at some point too. The only issue with that is there's a $6 billion backlog in school construction through BIA. There's 70 schools on the construction list. So if we were to get on it, we're looking at probably when our grandkids become grandparents, we'll be able to get a new school. So that's something we keep lobbying for as well. What was budgeted was only, I think, $310 million for school construction. In South Dakota alone, you have 4 schools that are pushing close to $1 billion for their construction on their new schools. That 310 would not cover. There's a school that's $360 million short. It wouldn't even cover that. That 310 million is all for all of Indian schools. It's not enough. We keep pushing for that, for more funding in that. Now, the contracting issue too is, so when we have money to fix a roof, fix like our playground or whatnot, we have to go through the interior, we have to go through DMFC, and it becomes a big headache. As it sits right now, 88% of all interior buildings are for education purposes. So BIA is on one side, BIE is on the other. When we need to fix something on the BIE side, we still have to go on the interior side, go through DMFC and interior and try to get this money appropriated for what our projects and stuff are. What we're trying to push is for that funding for the 88% of buildings to be off the interior, off the MFC, and over to BIE. As it sits right now, Tony Dearman, director of BIE, is only authorized up to $5 million. That's Band-Aid fixes. Anything over $5 million, you have to go through the interior. So by getting it separated and over to where it is, put his threshold up to $250 million, we can get a lot more projects done in Indian country as well. We've presented it to both the House, the Senate, and both Republican and Democrat. Nobody has opposed it as well. They really like the idea. But we're gonna have to get some more input, of course, from government officials, type of councils and things like that. So that's one thing I'll probably come back to you guys and ask is for some backing on some of these things as well. The other thing would be seeking the career technical education funding. right now, BIE does not fund CTE programs. You have to go through Department of Ed. And of course, they had big changes in the last couple of weeks. We've met with DOE, we've met with Julian Guerrero numerous times. I know one time Mr. Eagle Bear came with us and attended those meetings out in DC. I think we have a chance right now because they moved CTE and Perkins. The new move is under BIE now. But I'm gonna need some help, and what I'm kind of requesting is, I've seen, in DC where you guys have gone for law enforcement, for hospitals and stuff, and you guys get FaceTime with a lot of these Congress people. The one thing I haven't seen or get a lot of FaceTime has been education. And right now we have Tom Cole, who's sitting in appropriations, and the Oklahoma tribes are really favorable for CTE programming. Where I would like to get in Tom Cole's office with Tom Cole to explain and show him how CTE has really benefited our students at St. Francis, and for funding to come. Our program is a few years old, but we've gone so fast and have grown so quickly that we are looking for expansion and for what the new vision looks like. It's a tremendous program and it's growing a lot. And also with it, I don't know why they don't have it in the BIE, because if you look at Indian education, there has always been a CTE component with it, and it's a history of Indian education nobody talks about. So with boarding school and those types of things, there was always the same type of industrialization or anything like that. That was what blacksmithing, silversmithing, things like that, field work. So it has always been there. So continued. So we're going to TBIT first part of January, then trying to get some stuff done, kind of how we've been asking out there what it feels like come January 30th. A lot of the lawyers we work with and some of the Congress people and officers do not have a good feeling of the government being open after January 30th. So we are going to ask for continued, kind of the stuff we've already been, but the new stuff is JOM. So we're asking an increases for that right now. For per pupil on average is only $45 per student. That's nowhere near enough. And it's been at a flat rate because of CRs and everything, but there was also a 45,000 pupil increase. So right now, I mean, there's 317,000 JLM eligible students. So $42 on average isn't doing any child any good. So we're asking for an increase on that. Again, the Great American Doors Act, that holds a lot of funding for our school construction. That needs to be reauthorized. So we're helping to promote that. The other one, big one now is our H-1B. So those that don't know, Trump put a $100,000 application fee on the H-1B. For us, the visa-wise, for our employees, the H-1B is the most, I guess, what's the word? Well, yeah, it's the most sought after. But we can't afford a $100,000 for one employee. It's not a budget. It doesn't do anything for us. There's some exemptions that we can put in, and I think we'll as a school, we'll put some. I think we might need a letter from you guys as well. One thing that we feel it does is it violates the trust responsibility and treaty rights of education by putting this stuff on, knowing that our numbers are low for education, and not just on our tribal schools, but also across the nation. Nobody's getting into education. We're not getting teachers out there. The only option to that is continue with the J1. However, the stability of that isn't, because after, again, the runs out, we don't have the waiver situated yet, so we'll have a teacher for 3 years, and we're back to looking for more teachers again. J1 for us is stability-wise, it's great, and that's one that we would like to keep as well. And the other one potentially is the Lumbee tribe situation. If they're recognized, I think that brings in 80,000 members. And what does that look like for BIE as far as impact? Because they're going to want tribal schools, they're going to want, of course, IHS, they're going to want roads, they're going to want all the stuff that's going to affect everything. But as far as the education standpoint, we're trying to keep an eye on that as well. So real quick, that was everything we've been working on, continue to work on in the coming month. Any questions or comments? Yes.
Michelle, thank you for coming. When you go to DC, do you just go by yourself, or how do you set up your meeting?
Well, we have a lobbyist that we work with out there, then I go on behalf of the school, and then I attend meetings and see things of that.
Ola Lakota Nation Education Consortium helps us out a lot. We kind of piggyback off Little.
We have Coming up in January, our lobbyist is setting up like 3 days in DC, and maybe you should speak with legislative affairs and try to get in and come with us on some of the education, because you are right. We talk about a lot of topics when we go to DC, but never education. It's always about healthcare and public safety, things
We'll
like
be out
that.
there the 5th to the 9th, I'll be out there for 10 I'll get with them.
I think we're going then too, the 5th, 6th, and 7th, so that you can get on the agenda and come with us. It would be.
So for us, I mean, as a group, firstly, I mean, we talked with over 300, all administration and training administration, whether through committee, in person, or staff. We talked with over 350 members of Congress that know, and we put St. Francis' name and Rosewood's name out there. They know what our concerns are, they know who we are. But at the same time, we get to advocate for country and
Thank you.
Brad? And then Ben.
Yeah. You said Senator Heinrich or from Mexico, or is it Senator Heideken?
Heineken.
Ben.
Yeah, thank you for coming. Thank you for your reporting stuff on it. I'm just kind of curious. I know, with the BIE, it's really kind of difficult, I guess, to determine what's going to happen. Because, again, I know there was a lot of talk at the beginning of the year, especially when with the federal administration saying that they're going to do away with the education department, which I think that's what's going on and stuff. So they came here several times with our lobbyists about, that possibility. So I'm really kind of concerned right now because, again, that's focused with our school, and then also, how we're able to, I guess, fight for it. Because it seems like from my point, when that came down, it was like they're going to take away the middleman and just send it to the states. Right. And the state is just sending money right now. So, I guess for me, it's really difficult to determine what's going to happen if we have to go and lobby in state to try to get some funding for our school.
So
BIE.
with ours is a very small amount of our funding comes from the Department of Ed. It's like title money, special education, I think some language stuff in there. So what happened when NCAI that Tuesday is when they broke out the news that they were gonna move these departments. So a lot of the stuff that was in the Department of Ed got moved to BIE. So Perkins grant, title monies, the only thing we don't quite know yet is special education. They said it would be being BIE, but by the end of the day, they weren't guaranteeing us that that's where it was.
BIE is its standalone.
Right.
Its own standalone, so we
Yeah.
don't even need Department of Ed.
Right. That's what I was thinking too, because I know with the Head Start, when they came at the beginning of the year too, they said, no, we're fine, and also they came back and said, hey, we're in trouble. So I just want to make sure that, we are, basically okay for the next year, otherwise we're gonna have to start.
Well, as far as BIE, we're not taking any losses or hits or anything. We're forward funded, so all of our stuff has already been approved. What we need to start looking at and advocating for is for the 27 year.
Okay, yeah.
And that needs to start happening now, and that's what we do out in DC. Just start coming for them. Yeah, so DOE, what they did, and DOE's they're not dismantling. You need Congress to dismantle that. But they took everything out and it wasn't illegal. They passed it where you can work MOUs. They just never seen 5 departments work for one and this and that. One thing that was concerned kind of overall NCI was having the Department of Labor involved in education. So one of the stories is that one of the major was gaming that Department of Labor was involved in. The first thing they did was allow unionization. So if they were to do that for Indian schools, we can't, because there's no way that we can negotiate salaries every year and increases that because our allocation is not big enough from Congress. If they're going to allow that, they have to give us a bigger allocation. I don't think they will. But that's one of the fears as well. And DOE, like Julian Gray on them, they are staying as directors. But HHS is involved in education, labor is involved in education. So the other thing as far as lobbying is now we need to go to those departments and educate them on what is Indian education as well, because they're going to be new to the game as well.
And trust responsibility.
Yes. But one thing I think we need to push is for Department of Labor to not be involved. Whatever they're putting under there, they need to send to another department.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the other thing too, I just wanted to focus on the last two that you, I guess, coming down was that
The school resource officer type deal. That's really kind of disturbing and, I guess, important to make sure that we have somebody up there that's going to be helping with that type of situation, securing the school and make sure it's safe for not only our students for sure, but also the staff and everything. But do we need somebody like law enforcement to be a part of this, or how would you think we would
I think, I mean, having them involved doesn't hurt, and then they can know too. I mean, the size and numbers of them being, having not enough employees, and they know the calls that we get from our school, and the thing we can even show that when we did have the SRO, it wasn't just them patrolling; they were part of the school. So that officer, when there was issues, would actually be able to take that as a teaching moment and explain to the kids, here's why you're wrong, here's why you shouldn't do it, here's what happens when you turn 18 with these charges. So there was a lot of stuff that they were able to provide for our students that was good as well too.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably try to at least maybe advocate in the judiciary also when law enforcement comes out, where we can have some kind of a safe haven up there. Because again, if there's nobody out there, it's really kind of hard to determine whether it's what happened. Well, when anything bad happened, but just to be on the safe side, you know, because of course every other school in the United States is being protected, you know, with law enforcement. So, but yeah, I think that's probably where I would be yes, just to go to. But that's all I have. All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Oh,
Chris?
first off, thank you guys for coming. I really admire the work that you do, Mr. Lindeman, over in DC. It was cool to be in those meetings, present with you, and see how you guys work. You know, I learned a lot in those, and I came back and I was really fortunate and I guess motivated to really do a lot of history diving on what St. Francis Indian School was after that. You know, and the history of it, and now. When you talk about it, you know, it sounds really awesome, or like when we talk about it, it sounds really awesome. And one thing that going back to kind of piggybacking off of what Councilman Blackbird talked about with the SROs is not only what's the possibility of using like a county or of using county police like our Todd County, since now that's growing with our own tribal members.
That I'm not sure.
It'd be jurisdictional.
Jurisdiction. Okay, okay. And then but we could do an MOU or something, couldn't we? Or MOA?
If
or,
you guys would,
yeah.
what do you guys do? You give them a deck or
okay.
whatever you do here at the.
That would come back.
Yeah. Okay. So then the other avenue would be just to continue actually showing up in full force with you in these meetings at the BAE to fight for these more funding. And one thing I want to talk about too is these things are possible, they can be done. But one thing that we always run into, just a statement I want to set clear in stone is I remember when I came back I was really motivated, and I remember telling a couple of my colleagues here on this table about what I learned in DC, and they recommended, why don't you be on education? And I'm all for it, but the one thing that we really got to take into consideration is that those people talk to people that have degrees just like them. And even though I'm a tribal leader and it's my duty, I can do these things, I think that it's right that a person with education be in these positions too. And that's why I never really stuck my neck out like that. But one thing though is that advocacy though, that going with you guys taught me that you don't need that to advocate for all these kids that have a potential to do something better than what we did. And so, you know, come January, whoever goes to DC, I truly, honestly recommend you guys go with Troy, whoever goes, because that's where the biggest impact can come from. In that it's a small room, depending on wherever they put us. It's a really small room, and we're all crammed in there, and we're all trying to get this one guy's attention. But if you could do that, there's a whole nation of kids that can be better than what we are today. There's a whole nation of people out there that can, you know, we always talk about setting an example, and this is an example that we can set for the next generation. St. Francis Indian School. My grandfather came from there. My father came from there. His father came from there. Majority of our relatives come from that school, and the majority of our relatives will continue to go to that school because it is from the Rosebud. It is home for us. And, you know, all day today we've been seeing things for the future. We've been seeing our children come in here and sing us a song, tell us a story. That made me cry too, because I see my little niece in there, and she, just like her father, you know, she sings now. That's beautiful. Think of all the stories that St. Francis Indian School can start having too, that they've already had, as if we, you know, fight for them as well as our police, as well as everything else. So I just wanted to say a statement like that. But I also just wanted to acknowledge the work you do.
I mean, the advocacy works. If you look over the last 3 years, I think the BIE budget has been around 800 and some million. I think now we're pushing 1.2 billion. So there's been increases. It's not where we want it to be. But also I think we're the only department in the interior that hasn't taken huge cuts, minimal cuts everywhere, or else we've maintained.
Sherry and then Rick. Royal.
Rick.
One thing that I think would be nice for the council to see, 2 years ago when we went to Hill Week for NEIA, and me and you kind of went around together, and you had some really good statistics. And it showed a comparison of what Native schools get per student comparable to other schools like historical Black colleges and all that. That would be something really good to show and share out with the council, because when we go and advocate, it's good to have as much data as we can so we can, ask for the correct.
And they like data. They like to see, numbers and whatnot, and when you get meetings and stuff with them. We can do that. We have our CTE numbers that show comparable to GPAs and attendance rates and everything as well that we went out there and showed for our successes. I can get all that stuff together and either run through education and give it there, or get secretary's office, which I can get you guys copies for everything.
Yeah. And as far as the CTE school goes, I really do feel like there's going to be a big opportunity for funding there, more funding. I think on the news a few days ago, they were discussing how the Department of Defense is not going to have enough plumbers, and they mentioned another industry, and they would need about 500. And they currently, with the rate of retirement and people that are available in the industry now, a lot of them have went to personal businesses. So the DOD was worried because they would need like 500 plumbers, and they named something else. I can't remember what it is. So I think really looking at some of those trends would be something that we could really.
And that's all we're looking for is the funding for it, because even the interior put out this thing in the next 15 years, HVAC, plumbing, all this other stuff is going to be needed.
HVAC.
But at the same time, the interior and BIE aren't putting CTE money towards schools. So the issue we had is we had put in for a Perkins grant, and it was when Noam was still in office. She said, no, you're a tribal school, you can't. Actually, I'm going to set up 4 regional schools or whatnot, so it sounded like we weren't whatever. Then they said we could. Then she said, no, you can't again. Gave the money, awarded it out to it, and then said, oh yeah, you guys are a corporation, you guys could apply to it still. So we get the runaround on it. And after, I think right before we met with DOE, we actually had a meeting with the head Perkins people in DC and told them what happened, so we've been working with them. We put in a grant in January of last year, and again, as soon as Trump got in, email came out that they're gonna not go through with the grant because it didn't go through his ideas and it didn't line up with his beliefs or whatnot. Haven't heard anything back since then. So we are trying to stay on top of it and whatnot, but again, a lot of it is what DC wants to show you and pull away from you and all that kind of stuff too. But once it comes available, we're ready to submit again.
Sounds good. I do want to make a comment regarding the SRO. I'm really disappointed in the fact that our police department let go of ancillary programs that they had alongside the contract. And we as a council allowed that program director to do that. And I sat back and I knew what was going to happen. The county stepped in and they took the SRO funds for Todd County. And I was like, does our police department not realize that's still going to be calls for service that they're going to have to answer? Because the county and the city do not have jurisdiction over our children. So they got the funds and they have the officer there who has no jurisdiction over our children. So that's something that really needs to be dealt with by the Judiciary Committee and this council. We had an agreement with the school where you guys were paying for the SRO officer. And now that's out the window. So we really need to address that because there are a lot of issues at the school and our police officers are still answering those calls, but we're not being compensated for it. So just something to think about when it comes to that. And one last thing that I wanted to ask is, what can you guys recommend to us regarding truancy issues? I know truancy is a big problem. Do you all see any solutions for truancy that we could solve legislatively?
I think that's where it needs to start is legislation, but also parent awareness, parent training, or something tied to parent training, or whatever funds they get, something that's tied to that. You have to put in 5 hours of parent training or something, the importance of school, attending school, that kind of thing. That would really help us with truancy. We do what we can on our side to lower chronic absenteeism, because that's the new thing that we've done. We'll show you that data here in a bit, but I don't think, just finding people's not going to change their attitudes about school. So we have to start with education and go into the homes and educate.
So what happens when there's somebody who we have to call the truancy office or excessive absenteeism?
Other times we do meet with tribal ed, we do meet in the schools, we get the parents to come in, we come up with plans, we try to take away any obstacles that are there in their home, basically. Sometimes it's really minor. I didn't have clean clothes, or, I don't have shoes. Some things like that. So we try to take away those obstacles. But when it comes down to neglect or something like that, then they will pursue a MINOC, or, a MINOC in court to try to get that piece involved. Usually that's where that will end. Once it gets to the court, then they start, it has teeth now. So then that helps us with getting those kids into school. But there still are, I think, a vast number of kids that still haven't come back since COVID. And
5 years.
Yep, still a vast number. And when we do get them in, we'll have a 14-year-old third grader.
Wow.
We'll have 18-year-old eighth graders. And we try to work with them as best we can. And I know Tuck County does the same.
So with, not on your guys' part, but where do you see the weaknesses in the law right now as far as truancy goes?
I think the truancy law you have in place now is really good. But yeah, it's enforcement. They don't have a big enough office, and they need a lot of money put towards it so that they can get in the homes. And,
Those truancy officers, they can't really enforce anything, correct?
No. Like Rapid City, I'm going to use Rapid City. They're a big city. But when they don't send them to school, they're in court right away. They're in court. Those parents are in court. And so you get a lot of that. The parents will send their kids back to the reservation because they're in trouble in Rapid City because they act fast. And they get you in the court. And then, they send police officers, but then they don't have a shortage of police officers either. So a lot of things are going against us here just because we have shortages.
Okay. So mostly it falls on the fact that we're not getting our police officers there, or any push through the prosecution portion to schedule court. Okay, that's good to know. That's good information. One other question, as far as neglect and abuse and mandatory reporting, I'm only asking this because I was pulled aside by somebody from Todd County, and they said that they feel that their reports, their mandatory reporting falls on deaf ears, and that our offices aren't doing what they should for the kids. So they'll report abuse and neglect and it goes nowhere.
I think as far as us working with DSS and with child protection from the tribe, working with the ones who respond to us really quick is the tribal ed department. They'll work with us too right away to help us if there's any neglect, or if there's specifically kids that have not come back to school, or someone reports that this kid has been out of school since COVID. They're pretty quick to respond. So 3 agencies working with us we have a good return rate.
And your question or your issue that you brought up about the 18-year-old eighth grader and whatnot, do you see that there would be a benefit if we could create and establish some tutoring facilities, even if we utilize like our community buildings? And have some evening tutors, especially, even if they're not like professionals, they're just volunteers who like, hey, I'm good at English or I'm really good at math and we're gonna be here and offer this for our students to bring
I think
them up.
if you put them in the community centers with internet, because a lot of things are online, a lot of our, there are curriculums that we do use for, specifically for credit recovery. It would be a great benefit to all schools.
Thank you.
I have Royal, not Rick.
I thought you said Rick. He was acting cool. He thought you said Rick.
Yeah, good afternoon, Rick Yellowbear. I just kind of want to make a comment. Dakota, I want to share a story. I sat here on education committee. Education uyokap na held na Scott Herman ihani council yokap chahe on scopi na my daughter she was a salutatorian in Tet County, so they did a rebuttal to Barbara Walters, I think it was. So they went out to NAFIS. NAFIS is a program that helps people develop a formula for tribes. So I know Tet County, they have a head count. I was surprised to find out that there's an impact aid that Tet County funding in the millions. And I wanted to make those comments. Hey, we're gonna when it came to Red Cool, there's something called LEA, Local Education Agency. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. So it authorizes. I know the state of South Dakota, they don't want to be competitive when it comes to tribes. Fairly connected students, children living on Indian lands, children of active duty military, children living in federal housing. So how gonna when it comes to lobbying, and then I know the state, it says that this varies greatly by state. Some states, Arizona, Colorado, Michigan, Minnesota, DC, treat charters as individual LEAs for federal funding. Others do not. I know if there's lobbying going on, and I don't know, the question would be, do tribes, or is it the tribe? I know the state don't do it, but are the tribes able to recognize and is the tribe able to do those LEAs and so that tribes can enter funding sources, federal funding hata ichum hata washtet ka. And I don't even know if it's needed by NAFIS. Chi NAFIS formula hena ichum. I don't know if you guys maybe even lobbying Congress about allowing tribes to do LEAs for schools, because I don't know if it's the tribe or if it's the state. I know the state don't do it. Hey, we're gonna research that, because when you're doing that federal funding, and then even the status of BIE and even education, we're gonna education department I know they were, looking to Dakota, Truancy, I agree that Trump administration, they wanted to, do away with the Daku Hana Okhache. I know when it came to Jimmy Carter creating the, education department and then, no child left behind, they push a lot of students, while such an, EIH. But with my daughter, when she was at Tet County, the guidance counselors there, there was no college prep at the time. Hey, we're gonna, all my daughters, I went to school, and, my current daughter, Michutko Tokopha, University of California, Los Angeles, master's at there too. I said, now PhD, hey, what's a week to trophy? I said, having that, college courses, hell, gonna, iwang chuan na toske wichapatita for higher education. I say, hell, gonna mithachiek ta lela wayab chimna. Dakokchi iwang korp. When it comes to employment on the res, and then we have those positions. Hana hell gonna when it comes to credentials, na hell gonna resume. Unemployment, I want to put that forth on how it comes to college credentials, and a lot of our directors can't retire now. I want to put all those forth when it comes to getting your credentials and working for the tribe. I had a nephew currently well-educated and funding sources. He wanted to come here, help the tribe. He has that education and finance, but Wotake, they told him the tribe's not ready for you. If they want to utilize your education to work back there and have that tribe, I'll say that much. I know BIA funding, and then NAFIS, Impact Aid, having that. Did you guys ever question who approval of LEA, and if you guys have knowledge in that, and if you're able to lobby in Congress to, if the state won't do it, if tribes can do it, if you guys can have anything.
We've had this conversation. Tribal and bureau schools are not allowed impact aid because we fall under the trust responsibility, the federal funding already. Only public schools and schools that are near Air Force bases or overseas school, whatever, they get impact aid. Impact aid would benefit us greatly. That would make up for the shortfalls that we currently experience in our budgets. But we did have this conversation. We are talking to our lobbyists about the best way to approach this. We have talked to all the other Indian schools on every reservation in South Dakota about looking at the possibility of getting impact aid. Impact aid is there in lieu of taxes. So that's why public schools can get it, because they exist on the tax dollar. But when you're on a reservation, you don't have a lot of taxable land. And so impact aid takes the place of that. But us tribal schools, us bureau schools are not allowed it. And we should be. There's no reason why we shouldn't.
So example would be like with Top County, so just rough estimate, I don't know, I could say they have 2,500 kids in their district. We can probably say 2,400 of them are tribal members. So they would get impact aid for that. We have 600 kids, say, but we also have foreign kids. So out of the 600, we're only going to get funding. We have 24 kids, we're only getting funding for 580 students. We have to cover our foreign students with the money that's allocated. When Top County gets their impact aid, they can bond it, they can grow it, they can CD, invest it and everything, and that comes from the feds. When we get our money from the feds, they tell us you can't do any of that. That's why there's a new dog school, there's a new Rosebud School, all those types of things as well. And then we have to wait and get on this school construction that's through BIA. So we are looking for the argument on that. We don't know what that looks like, but we're on non-taxable lands as well too. So I think there's an argument there for it. But that's a continuing conversation.
There was a bunch of kids in here this morning, and I don't know if Red Coal researched that, because that enrollment, the head count, they put it in that formula. And then, so even if you guys can't, I'm wondering like Red Coal. So even the LEA, who, you guys wouldn't know who does that authorization.
We're considered an LEA too.
Okay, so is it tribes approve the LEA? Can tribes approve that?
Right now, only public schools, according to the legislation written, it would have to change or be amended to add tribal schools or bureau schools.
So it would be legislation in state or in Congress?
Federal. In fact, I think it's a federal program.
Thank you.
Ben and Totes,
Oh, I didn't have my hand up.
did you forget?
Yeah, I didn't know, I didn't know I had my hand up, no, sorry. No, I'm good.
You know, St. Francis already has their plate full and it's getting bigger because with what funding they get, they go far and beyond for the students and the parents. And no matter how much we try, the bottom line is it falls back on the parents in the home. They're their first most important teacher. It's not the staff at St. Francis, it's not us, it's the parents. So how are we gonna work together with Truancy? We really need to help Truancy in some shape or form so they can get more staff out. So say we have one Truancy that's at TC and SF alone, and then the other, because we really need to get that handle on it. Danny, is there any money available anymore? Because I know SF used to always have like second chance school, these different schools that would help, because you brought something up with COVID, it came, we do have 18-year-olds enrolling that are only 6th grade or 7th grade. How, is there any funding available for schools
Right
like
now,
that?
when we do get students like that, we work with our alternative school, because we do have an alternative school. And because they're older than average, we won't put them in 3rd grade, even though that's what the last grade they attended. We will work with them to get an 8th grade diploma through our Edgenuity program, through our alternative school, or through our FACE Adult Ed program, to try to get them through school and get them to 8th grade and then get them to graduation. So right now, we do work that. That's how we work the program. But we, Wayne Claymore is our alternative educator, so we do a lot with that.
And, a recommendation is when our schools do their family night, parent night, I think our programs need to get more involved, because we do have money there to do parent engagement, to do activities, be in the schools with them, to do activities also, because our programs do have extra funding, and that's the way to get parents involved, and we need to start. Thank you.
So with that, I'll include with Cherry's request, we also have staff show before our SRO and after during having SRO as far as write-ups and disciplinary stuff as well. But also your chief of police has come by on his own during our bus rounds and before, has parked and made himself a present for the kids and everything as well without us having to call, so we really appreciate that as well. So even though we don't have the SRO, they do stop by time to time. It goes out a lot, but they are seen by our students and the presence is known that they're there.
My kids. Continue them.
This is our administration and director list. These are the programs that we currently have at St. Francis Indian School. This is our business department. This is what we get for our ISEP count. And again, ISEP is determined by our enrollment. And again, right now it's 7,400 per student that we get. We do have a project aware from the Department of Health and Human Services that allowed us to increase the counselor to student rate after COVID, because we knew that was going to be a big issue. So we are in year 3, or it's a 3-year grant. And then there's a second phase, which we will be applying for. And I mean, we're fortunate to have that project aware. Out of the Department of Ed, we just get our Title VI, which is Indian Ed. That's how much we get. And this is what we reimburse from the CANS department, from the state of South Dakota, but that's not nearly enough. Our actual food service program with the people and with the additional food, because we allow thirds and fourths if the kids want it. We don't just say you only get 1 or 2. We say if you need 3 or 5 servings, go ahead and take it. So we subsidize that with our ISET too. And so it's more like $1 million something that we actually spend on food service, because we know that there's a lot of food deprivation that goes on. Our annual audits are due by March 1st. We always begin our pre-audit work before November 1st. When audits aren't filed in a timely manner, then organizations are sanctioned, meaning they can only draw in monthly installments. Once the audits are uploaded to the federal clearinghouse, organizations are off sanctions and can resume lump sum draws. That's what that means. In our curriculum and assessment department, this is what we do for our instructional platform. This is what we do for our assessment platform. We test 3 times a year, just as a formative program so that we can see if we're on track with our state standards or our bureau standards. And we do our annual testing with the bureau assessment once a year. We do have ESL. We are required under our federal programs to do our ESL, English as a second language, and I think we've identified 19 that have Lakota language in their house full-time, so then we have to come up with a plan to work with our students.
No, but I just get the attention of the chairwoman.
Oh. This is our current enrollment in elementary, high school, middle school, our FACE program, our FACE high school, and our FACE preschool. This is our graduation rate. When I first came in, our graduation rate was at 64% in 2021. I do believe all the measures we've taken has helped us raise over to 74. The state rate for Indian Ed graduation is 46. So we're pretty proud of our rate, and it's been that high. Our attendance rate.
Chair? Question?
Yeah.
Yeah, that, you're in the area that I'm also most interested in, that's the assessment stuff. Looking at your report here, grade level proficiency, you use the terms of proficient and advanced. What is there? I don't understand that.
So there's a threshold. Yeah, there's a threshold. There's a threshold that the Bureau sets up in their workbook for proficient levels and advanced levels. And so proficient is, let me see.
They appear together, those 2 or 3 together in one set of numbers, and that's what confuses me.
I guess the term, you could say proficient, you could say advanced if you broke them apart, but,
Yeah, pardon me that, yeah.
but that means that much are either proficient or advanced.
Okay, cool.
But,
yeah, I see you've made really good progress in elementary. And progress both in middle school and in high school. Although middle school is still not good, not well. Probably,
middle school's tough.
So, yeah, I guess this has always been the problem at St. Francis Indian School, as long as I can remember. School board back in 1973, it's always been a problem. And I see finally, it looks like progress is being made, but the challenge is still there. So what are the challenges that you face?
Number one, keeping a consistent principal. And now that we have Lima there, she's been there, she's going to be there. having consistency at the top, having consistency in teachers. We're there now too, where we didn't have any turnover in any of the principal or the teachers in middle school. It is a tough grade. It is a tough level for middle school, but also having their own space because, you know, they're in that era of whether to believe, whether they're not little kids anymore or, you know, they're not quite high school yet.
We're in that, we have that problem. Go ahead.
But they need their own space too. You know, they have that one wing in the K-8 building. It's not nearly enough space. You know, it's just a very tough grade with hormones and with, again, with deciding, am I grown up? Can I get them more responsibilities? Or, you know, are my hormones kicking in? And, you know, do I just come to school to be seen and look good? Right.
I suppose, so I guess, you know, tribal government probably can help out somewhat. If we talked about truancy a little earlier, you know, absenteeism, I suspect that figures into it too.
But yeah, as you can see, our attendance rates, our kids do attend school. The national rate is 95%. Our kids are there.
What was it last year amongst our graduating class, grade level proficiency numbers together?
I think are you talking 12th grade only?
Graduation, yeah.
12th grade.
We used to hear some real horror stories,
At least,
you know.
yeah, no. When I got there in 2021, all those numbers on that page were zeros. And so we've come a long way trying to, you know, when I got there too, there was 36 teacher openings. There was no teachers there. They were on the verge of receivership. And so to get here took a lot of consistency and redundancy and certified people to get to that point. With the high school, I believe, don't quote me, but I believe their proficiency rates for math and reading were like 18 for reading. Their reading ALA was always higher than the math. The math was about to 14%.
Yeah. And what would you like to see there?
I'd like to see everyone up to proficiency levels 100%, 95%. But it takes a lot, and it takes a collaboration with parents and with all the programs to ensure that not only that our kids get there and are there every day, but that they, that they are learning, and that there's importance and emphasis in every family that education is important.
And I realize that this is this is a problem, you know, and probably some of your numbers are probably better than the national average, maybe perhaps in the elementary, I don't know. But I do know that it is a problem nationally.
So if you look at your behavior incidences, and we're going to come to you guys for some help and some legislation on vaping. Vaping is that we catch them all the time. We don't know if sometimes we know it's family or older brothers and sisters or even older people buying these vapes for the kids because they're not allowed to buy them in the stores. But a lot of vaping, a lot of THC within those vapes. And so we started a campaign with our student council to work peer about the dangers of vaping. And that seems to be our number one issue right now is vaping, either tobacco or THC. We do have the vape, the monitors in the bathroom. We have people that monitor the bathrooms, but it's really tough when you have people that buy those vapes for them. If we could get some legislation from you guys to help us with that, where they're fined if they're told, who's buying these vapes for these guys. Middle school, that's the number one thing there. That's your 6th, 7th, and 8th graders.
How does vaping contribute? This is an ignorant question on my part. How does vaping contribute to,
Well, some of it's THC.
Okay.
A lot of it's THC, just.
And the tribe's in that business. I don't know if that's a fair comment or not, but.
But, for little guys, it's tough. focus in the classroom, or just getting a lot of peer pressure with each other. And then you have your disciplinary measures from your handbooks, and it's just a vicious circle.
But your people that enforce that vaping, do they know what vape pens look like?
Oh, yeah, and of course, we have metal detectors, we have x-ray machines in every major opening, but the kids are very cunning. They know where to hide them, they'll hide them in their bra strap, they'll hide them at the bottom of their shoes. There's just a lot of things that they do, and they come, like a flash drive. Innocent flash drive is a vape.
Yeah, that flash drive.
A pin, something that looks like a pin is a vape. So there's a lot of things that they come disguised as when coming through our metal detectors.
That's a point I was gonna make, your flash drive.
Yep.
Information.
Yep.
So how would your resources?
We're always aware because it's our school safety people that do the x-ray machines, or, we do have the handheld metal detectors, and a lot of them too, now that they know that they can get through a metal detector because they're made of wood now. They're made of plastic. So they're changing every time to be more cunning. So we have different programs. Our elementary program, these are our certifieds. We have 12 certifieds. We have 1 long-term sub. We have 6 para-educators. His budget is $2 million. Again, that's based on his student count. These are the different things, and I won't insult you by reading to you. You guys have it in front of you. If you have any questions, just stop me. Middle school, there's your certified staff. Lima is our principal, and our certified staff, and they are departmentalized, so they move classroom to classroom. These are our grade levels. We can only hold 25 per classroom, so the middle school's always close to filling all the time because we can only put 25 per classroom. Again, we try to work with restorative practices and not so much punitive, but a lot of restorative. And then again, these are the different things that we're working on in our career, our comprehensive needs assessment. We constantly review that to see what we can do better, and we can always improve. The high school, Gina and Deb are our principals there. We have 15 teachers. That's our student enrollment, the overall attendance rate, your chronic absenteeism rate. When we first took a look at that chronic absenteeism rate for high school, it was like at 18. We've been working tough. We developed a strategic plan in order to meet and try to get those numbers down. So we continue to work that. These are the different support measures that we use as our curriculum and what they do to help students with tutoring, with reading, with math. Our career and technical education program, we now have 205. So if you look at our enrollment rate, when we first started, we started with 73. Each year that grows because the students are now seeing the benefits of getting in and learning a skill. And right now, we have 3 of our graduates that are working in culinary arts out at the casino. We have 1 that's working out there in corrections. We have several that went on to technical school in automotive. And so the kids are learning and seeing the benefits of learning a skill. Instead of just a diploma, they also get a certificate so that they can come in and do a job here in the tribe.
Danny, does the school, I know you guys are limited on funding, but does the school ever take the kids on college trips?
Yes, a lot.
They do? Where do you guys go?
So for career and technical, we've hit every career and technical school in the state. The other ones we hit are like Haskell, we'll hit Black Hills, we'll hit University of South Dakota, we'll hit SDSU. whatever, whatever, we kind of asked the kids where they consider they might be going. Dakota State University. What? Yeah, it's a big part of that. It's a big part because we do want them to either go on to a career in technical, get a job, go to the service, or go to college.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
So since the inception of the CTE program, we've seen a 277% growth since we started it. And those are the different pathways that we do. I do welcome you to come in and see the kids built that house. They built the house themselves. Every one of these programs that have to do with building or trade are all OSHA certified. Every kid in there is OSHA certified. They'll be proud to show you their certificate. They're almost done with the house. We collaborate with a lot of different programs here in order to give them the best possible experiences, to get the best possible skills to get them ready for life. We did work with Ward's Plumbing and Heating to show them HVAC plumbing. To get that house done. That house will be available for move-in at the end of the month. And it took them less than a year to build that house. So it was our own students that built that house. Our automotive shop now, we have a tire, we can fix tires. We're probably going to be the only ones in the area that have tire machines and the kids fix the tires too. We do have that, and they have a lift that they're certified to operate. We do enter all of our kids in competitions in the CTE. They go up against other CTE programs. We've had champions. And so, again, when we first started this program, we came to the tribe for money, and I always thank Russell Eaglebear because he gave us the first money, the seed money to start this, because as you know, Bureau didn't give us the money. It's been paying off, and our main goal was to increase the workforce because COVID decimated the workforce, and to increase the workforce in the tribes because our kids aren't going to go anywhere. They're going to stay here. So let's give them some skills so that they can get to work.
Danny, I just wanted to mention to council, some of the students she's talking about are going to be
This is our FACE program. This is our director, Stephanie Metcalf. We have 3 components. We have adult ed, we have a preschool, and we have a home base. 0 to 5. It's a literacy program. We want to be able to get our kids on grade level coming into kindergarten. And this is what it does. Again, that's what we get funded. Their funding did drop a little, but so far we've been able to maintain the program. Our federal programs our director is Joe Marino. Our largest is our Title I program, and that deals with the extra supplemental positions. It can't take the place of the regular program. That is what it funds. We have to be allowable and regulated by the Every Student Succeeds Act. And then it also helps us with tutoring, and he also helps me looking for new grants and writing grants when they come in. He also does our school construction work. We just got done with our playground. The playground was $719,000. Again, we were lucky to get that out of Doge. They just now funded our high school, our roof, and that's a $2.2 million project that came out of Doge also. That's going to begin this month. So over the break, they're going to start to fix that roof. We still have 4 projects in Doge right now. We have the track, the bleachers, the field, and then the elementary roof. So we see in January, that's going to be some of the stuff we're going to ask for. Now that you guys did away with Doge, what's going to happen to the programs that are in Doge? Are you going to fund them? What you going to do? Because we've jumped through all your hoops to get them to where they are.
Mike, you have a question for
No,
Danny?
I was just curious, what is Doge, Danny?
Remember, Trump set up this program where he sends all the projects through them to make sure they're not wasting money, that it's viable, that The Doge was where all projects went to.
Okay.
Anything you wanted funded has to go through Doge.
Okay. No, filter.
Yeah, but now they did away with it, so now we don't know what's gonna happen to the projects in Doge. So that's part of our asks when we go to DC in January. Ken Packard is our software person for the admin building. He keeps all of our programs up and running. Again, I'm not gonna read to you guys. I don't wanna insult your intelligence. Our special ed program, we have 98 in our program. That's her budget. We answer to IDEA, that is in the Department of Ed, and only 15% of their budget comes out of ISET. Every one of them are certified, and those are also our related service providers, what we have to do according to the law. This is our Lakota Language Development Program. They also run our immersion program. Our immersion program works with kindergarten through first. This is our mental health department. Again, the Project Aware pays for this. And so we're really fortunate to have that many counselors in our school so that we can work with our students in the best possible way. Oh, dear.
Yeah.
We still have our packets so we can.
Yeah, okay. So our athletic programs, these are the programs we run for each school, elementary, middle, and high school. Currently, we are in basketball season. And all different programs so that we can keep the hallways clear, the bathrooms safe in all buildings. That's what we aim to do. Leo is our school safety director. We do have our monthly drills, and we do adhere to our schedule so that we're always in ready for anything that may occur for all of our different communities. In our food service program, Karen is our director, 500 suppers. And we will continue till Christmas break. And hopefully by then the SNAP benefits continue within the tribe, but we do serve supper now, and that's how many suppers we have served up to this date. This is our human resource department. And this is our facilities update. Again, I mean, you really have to know your programs in order to get them all the way through that process to get them into Doge or to get them to get funded.
Michelle? You guys enter into maximum?
Yes.
Yourselves?
No, what we did, I trained Troy. We only had one person that did it, but this year I trained Troy, I trained Maria, and we trained Keith. So there's 4 of us.
So you guys just do all your own? Train you guys to do it.
They had a training in Venezuela. And
Michelle wants to learn.
Well, no, we have, like the JDC should be doing that.
Yeah, it's open.
ACS been trying to do it for a long time, but it's very limited.
Yeah, it's online too. But yeah, we sent ours there because we want more than one so that they can keep up with whatever's in there or take out what's completed or move everything on. Yeah. This is our new playground. It's done if you want to come see it. The kids are pretty excited. The community did their own opening as soon as it was done. We do have wood chips on the bottom of that right now, but because it has to be a certain temperature in order to, we're going to put rubber down. We did begin